Right, I think we are live. I'll just double check, obviously, once everything comes on. But hello, everybody, and welcome to the Let's Talk Sport live race watch along for the Belgian Grand Prix. We've had a few weeks off for the summer break. We had a huge and an absolutely amazing Hungarian Grand Prix that myself and Conor were a part of as well. A lot of incidents. Esteban Ocon won that race, and Lewis Hamilton went into the summer break leading the championship. Again, we've had another red flag session in the qualifying phase of the Belgian Grand Prix yesterday, with Lando Norris having an issue in there as well. Conor, great to see you. What are we expecting on this race for the Belgian Grand Prix? Like we've said before, when me and you were doing hosting, it's normally a red flag. So are we expecting maybe incidents in this, with the rain also being a part of this race as well?
Yeah, absolutely. Afternoon, everyone. And yeah, another wet race, Jack, for us to delve our teeth into. So there is a high probability that we will likely get another red flag and another extended 3-hour plus stream from us truly. So hopefully everyone's here to enjoy it and get your race predictions in and things like that. But we've already seen an incident, Jack, with Perez, of course, making his way around the track from the pit lane, crashed into the wall, and he's out. That's it. That's it for Perez. After signing that contract to extend his time at Red Bull, he will not be taking part in the Belgian Grand Prix today. That is the biggest news, I think, since qualifying, if everyone's keeping themselves up to date. But obviously, we've got a couple of grid penalties to discuss as well, mainly the ones to Valtteri Bottas and Lance Stroll from the incidents in Hungary. They both got 5 grid penalties, as well as does Lando Norris due to his really terrifying collision yesterday in quali. So he's starting a bit further back. And we got a shocker on the front row as well, with George Russell in second of all drivers. So really, it's going to be another exciting race, I think, Jack. And we haven't even got all the 5 red lights out yet. So I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I'll just go through, like you said, in terms of the grid order. So obviously we've got Max Verstappen on pole position. Just snatched it from George Russell yesterday. George Russell put in his time. Lewis Hamilton couldn't beat it. Daniel Ricciardo, Vettel, Gasly, all these drivers came through. It looked like George Russell was going to get that first pole position. Wasn't the case, obviously, for Williams. Wasn't the case. Max Verstappen beat him to it. So yeah, George Russell's on the front row grid, but in second place. Lewis Hamilton third. Daniel Ricciardo, best start for McLaren so far. He starts in fourth. Sebastian Vettel looking to get a bit more positive after his disqualification in the Hungarian Grand Prix. He starts fifth. Gasly sixth. It says Sergio Perez seventh, but we know he won't be starting the race now due to that incident. So that means Esteban Ocon is in the seventh place. This will confuse me as I'm going through the order now. Charles Leclerc is in eighth. Nicholas Latifi is in ninth. Carlos Sainz is in 10th. Fernando Alonso 11th. Valtteri Bottas is in 12th. Giovinazzi 13th. Lando Norris will start 14th. Yuki Tsunoda at 15th. Mick Schumacher 16th. Nikita Mazepin 18th. Lance Stroll will be 18th, sorry, as I'm getting confused, like I said already. Lance Stroll will be starting at the back of the grid, and Kimi Raikkonen, after a rear wing change, will be starting from the pit lane. Hopefully all that sort of sorts itself out, with the sense that Sergio Perez isn't starting the race at all due to the front suspension damage that he caused on his way to the grid. As it says, we've got a delayed start. So already, Conor, we haven't even had a red flag yet, and already we are having a delayed start.
We don't need red flags for delays anymore. We just need the delays.
Yeah, they just know we're obviously streaming, so they just decided to delay the start as soon as we've gone live, which is absolutely fine. Formula One, if that's what you want to do. But I mean, to be honest, they took all the brollies away. They took the tents away. I mean, you'd just be annoyed now that they're delaying the start, Conor, because you're just getting it's just chucking it down with rain. If I was the driver,
I think they still got the tire blankets on. Formation lap says will begin in 10 minutes time. So for anyone watching in the UK, that's 10 past 2. For the race itself, that's 10 past 3. So formation lap in a 9-10 minutes time. But yeah, if they got the tire blankets on, they should be able to keep the tires warm. But I imagine they do have them on. And obviously, you mentioned as well, they got the 2 gaps on the grid. Sorry, I was just getting we've changed up how we're doing the watch along here. We've myself and Jack have decided to get the stream audio, or the players that were watching it on, we started to get the audio from that so we can hear what they're saying on the team radio. And they're saying that there's a bit of build-up with the rain, so that's why they've delayed the start, just to make sure that if it does subside, that the water can sit and roll away, rather than us getting another incident of what happened yesterday, going into Rouge with Lando Norris, where he had that really scary incident. And surprisingly, he is racing today. Very lucky, and it just goes to show just how well built the cars are. And as you mentioned, Jack, the tents were put away, but now they're being
they're coming back
once more very quickly, being brought back. And a few of the drivers are actually making their way out of their cars as well. So,
right.
Yeah. And they're talking about potentially the drivers are coming out and the tents are going on just in case there's a further delay than what we've already got. So I suppose the main thing that we can talk about then in the meantime is the situation that's evolving and has further evolved yesterday between Mercedes, Bottas and George Russell, because that's been the main talking point throughout the week. They were both very limited with their answers when asked about their futures.
Yeah.
But I think Jack yesterday just kind of put an emphasis on which way Mercedes should go with how George performed in qualifying. You know, that brilliant performance where he managed to get the car in P2.
Yeah, I think it was. I definitely think it was a good trick by Formula One to put both Bottas and Russell together in the press conference. We always thought that was bound to come at some point. But they were both very sort of professional. They were very conservative. They weren't giving anything away from either side. Toto Wolff yesterday, I think, said that he's already made the decision, and obviously that qualifying yesterday won't have an effect, but I think he's, you know, we shouldn't be surprised that the sense that if it is announced that George Russell is in that seat next year. I think he's done a fantastic job in a car that has progressed very much. We discussed this just before going on air. Progressed very well from the start of this season. Williams obviously got their points in Hungary as well. P2 on the grid today in Belgium. Obviously, I think the conditions helped yesterday in terms of George Russell just, you know, fully sending the lap and having the confidence in the car. But great performance from the team. But also, you know, George Russell has been getting absolutely everything out of that car. So I think it would be very surprising if they gave Bottas the seat next year, as much as obviously we always say he's very unlucky as a driver. And there always seems to be the issues on his car and not maybe Lewis's, for example. But I think going forward, you know, it might cause a bit of tension, maybe having Russell fighting Hamilton in-house at that Mercedes team, but it's something that we want to see, and you know, Mercedes won't want to lose Russell. If they keep leaving him in the Williams seat, it might be the opportunity for, if some other team comes calling in the future that's not part of the Mercedes program, may see George Russell leave the Mercedes program altogether, as we've seen, say, Sainz do for the Red Bull program. These other drivers do it if they're not going to maybe get the progression up to the big team. So that's the other thing that Mercedes don't want to do, is lose a future world champion from their team just by maybe not progressing him soon enough. So it'll be maybe harsh on Bottas, but I think, you know, a straight swap to Williams might not be the worst idea if Williams are progressing and into the next couple of years. He might leave the sport altogether, we don't know, but I certainly think, you know, George Russell is the prospect for Mercedes going forward, and maybe a good battle between him and Hamilton going into the next couple of years as well.
Yeah, there's a big advantage for Mercedes that they've got two very talented drivers that they can choose from between Bottas and Russell. But obviously, you mentioned the main point there is that Mercedes don't want to get to a point where they lose Russell completely and they can no longer use him in that Mercedes seat, because we've already seen just how good of a job that he can do in that Mercedes seat last year in Bahrain when he filled in for Lewis Hamilton, who was out with COVID. So the potential we've already seen, even though it's a small sample size, but you can just expand that sample size out for a full season, and you got yourself, as you said, like another challenger for Lewis Hamilton in that Mercedes seat. You know, maybe on close to or near the level of Nico Rosberg in his final season in Formula One, one that can push Lewis to the very edge. But you know, you got Red Bull rising as well with they've recently confirmed Perez is going to be with the team for another year, So they've got to keep that in mind when it comes to selecting a second driver at Mercedes in order to stay in chase in the constructors. So there's a lot of variables to think about other than just who's performing well on track between these two drivers. And
yeah,
as you said, if Toto's already came to the decision, I think that decision is that George Russell's going to be in that seat next year, because I just don't think they can risk having him in that Williams seat for much longer, given how well he's performed in it since maybe the middle point of last year. He's done really well, and he's Mr. Saturday, as they call him on Sky Sports, with the qualifying. But he's put in decent performances in the races. Got his first points in Hungary last time out. The potential's there. I think it's time for Mercedes to utilise it and put him in one of the best seats in Formula One.
Yeah, I think Bottas has also come to the realization that his time maybe at Mercedes is up. I think he was very like I said, conservative on the Thursday when they asked him about it, and I think both of them wanted the decision maybe sorted before the summer break finished. And obviously the announcement to come out as well. Maybe they already know. I think maybe both of them already know the decision anyway. But maybe they wanted it to be publicised, so maybe they don't have to talk about it going into the second half of the season. That hasn't been the case. But as Bottas said on Thursday, I've had like the last 4 years maybe of still maybe not knowing at this time of the year what my contract is, because he's always on a 1 year rolling contract anyway, and sometimes that doesn't get sorted out until October time. So I think obviously it's difficult for Bottas, as we know. He's more unlucky than Lewis Hamilton, for example. But yeah, I think George Russell has to be in that car next year to see really what he can do against Lewis Hamilton. Will he be an 8-time world champion, or we'll wait and see in terms of that. Can George Russell sort of destabilise the Mercedes team? I think that might be the issue for Toto Wolff. Is obviously they've had a great team unit and team partnership with Bottas and Hamilton. Will bringing in George Russell, a young blood, somebody that wants to win races, win world championships, will that destabilise the team? And obviously that's not something Toto wants, but I think you need a bit more of a rivalry maybe in-house as well. Obviously we've seen other drivers have that in the past, and it's it has given us fantastic racing. I always look at Mark Webber, Sebastian Vettel was always great racing because the two of them were so at each other throughout the races. I think Max Verstappen, Daniel Ricciardo was another one that was brought out recently over the last few years as well. So I think it is important to have that, and as much as I'm a fan of Bottas, he doesn't really do that enough. So yeah, it will be interesting to see if that is the case and Russell does go there, what that'll be like going into next year. But as I can see, they keep delaying it by an extra 5 minutes. So there's another one now where it went to 10 past, then it went to quarter past, and now it's at 20 past in terms of the formation lap. So it could be worse. We could be sitting out there in the forest in them horrible little rain mac things with our umbrellas waiting for the racing to start. It is a lovely day here where I am, so it could be worse. We could be them, but great support from the Max Verstappen fans, and obviously all the fans that have travelled out to Spa to watch the racing. But yeah, they've had to endure a lot this weekend, Connor. It's not just been one day; every day has been raining for them.
Yeah, and I think if you think this is great support for Max Verstappen this weekend, just wait until next weekend when we're in the Netherlands, because that's going to be absolutely crazy seeing all the fans there. And I suppose whilst we got another 10 minutes, we may as well talk about the other big news from the week, which is that Perez has been extended at Red Bull. He's been given another year at the team, so he'll be there until the end of 2022. So obviously this keeps him in the seat, and it gives Red Bull a very strong secondary driver to Max Verstappen to challenge for the constructors, or potentially to retain the constructors if they don't win it if they win it this year. But it has a knock-on effect onto, of course, Pierre Gasly, who's been very good in that AlphaTauri car, picked up his first win last season. He's done a good qualifying throughout the year, and he's qualified 6th for this weekend. I mean, it's almost like the same situation with Mercedes and George, except we've already kind of seen what Gasly can do in that Red Bull, but maybe it was a bit too soon for him to be in that Red Bull car. But now, with a bit more of experience behind him, it comes to a point as to, well, maybe Red Bull don't want him in that car anymore because they've given Perez this other contract. I mean, we were discussing it off air, looking at when Gasly's contract ends, and we think it ends at the same time at Perez. And you would think, well, if Red Bull don't want to put him in that seat, then maybe Gasly should look to move elsewhere. But there's not many other places for him to go to. I suppose it's really thinking, is it the right decision for Red Bull to give Perez a seat over Gasly for next season, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it was only a matter of time maybe that they were going to announce that Sergio Perez would be there, because I think to bring him in last year as such, maybe like a big name to keep in the sport, because obviously we all know that there was the possibility that he was going to be leaving the sport altogether. They then brought him back in for this year. I feel like it would have been a strange decision maybe to not re-sign him just so he's there maybe a couple of seasons. I think he's done well. It's not great that as soon as he signed his contract, he's now binned it on the before the formation lap on the Sunday, so he's now not racing at all. Not the best start after signing the new contract. We know Esteban Ocon had a couple of poor races after he signed his new extension deal at Alpine, so maybe it's just as soon as you sign that deal, you have a couple of off races. But I think Perez, signing him for another season is probably the right decision. But I think you look at it on the other end at Pierre Gasly, who they're showing on the screen now. Best finish this season is fifth. I think he's performed really well in that AlphaTauri. He looks more confident. He is obviously the main man there as well, with Yuki Tsunoda still coming to terms with obviously going into the F1 and moving his way up to this next tier. Pierre Gasly obviously is the main driver there, but I just feel like even Franz Tost has said it a couple of times. We are lucky to have Pierre Gasly still at AlphaTauri, and maybe he should be somewhere else. And I think it'll come to it obviously that he wants to still go back up to Red Bull, but I don't know. Personally, for me, it's always a weird thing that I just feel like Christian Horner and Helmut Marko don't want him back at Red Bull. There's just something about it for me. I'm not too sure what it is. I feel like obviously they outsourced Perez last year and instead of replacing him for Gasly. Even after Gasly won the Italian Grand Prix and did well for AlphaTauri last year, they still brought in Sergio Perez instead to replace Albon. So, I just feel like there's something with that Gasly-Red Bull relationship, and I feel like it might come to it where he maybe has to leave AlphaTauri to a completely different team, do a Carlos Sainz, go out of the Red Bull family and find somewhere else that will take you. Will Buxton, who's part of obviously the Formula One, I think he put out some strange predictions going into 2025 recently, and I think it was like Pierre Gasly would go to McLaren, and Daniel Ricciardo, and I think George Russell would be at Mercedes in 2025. There was these like bizarre ones that he was throwing about, but you mentioned McLaren off air. I think maybe for Gasly that is a possibility. I have said about maybe going to Alpine if Fernando Alonso leaves the sport and having the two Frenchmen, but as a lot of people commented on that video, Ocon and Gasly don't really get on, so that could be a difficult relationship maybe in-house for Alpine. So that's maybe a decision that Alpine can't make to bring Gasly in. But it's certainly an interesting thing, and obviously what we always love talking about driver contracts and that, but I feel like it's already interesting that we're talking about 2022, 2023, because that will also be a crazy season. Will that be when Lewis Hamilton decides to hang up his racing gloves, racing helmet, and retire from Formula One? We've obviously, like you said, still got Fernando Alonso in the sport. How long will he stay? He's just signed a new deal, but in doing that means he can't race Indy 500 next year, which is obviously a goal that he wants to achieve as well. Kimi Räikkönen, another one that we haven't really discussed, is this his last season? He's trundling around at the back of the grid now, so obviously still having a nice payday, but is that something he really still wants to do as well? So there is still these drivers that are up in the air on what maybe their future holds, but it's going to be an interesting one. But a lot of the drivers and a lot of the teams so far have already signed their drivers for next year, haven't they? So a lot of them are already secure.
Yeah, obviously Lewis is secure, Max is secure, Perez is secure now. Both the Ferrari drivers are racing next year. Lando's racing next year for McLaren.
Daniel's 2 year, I think, so he's already...
Yeah, Daniel's 2 year, of course, as well. So McLaren's are all locked up. I imagine both of Stroll and Vettel at Aston Martin will be locked up as well.
Stroll's probably on a 10-year deal.
Imagine if Senior Stroll decided to get rid of his son from the team. Like, no, that'll be awkward. Christmas dinner. But Gasly will probably be at AlphaTauri for another season as well. I'm not too sure. Maybe Tsunoda's probably staying there. Mazepin and Mick will probably be a Haas if they want to keep them. So we probably won't see that many drivers changing seats in the upcoming off season. Only the one that we mentioned about George Russell and maybe potentially someone coming in for that Alfa Romeo seat if Kimi decides to retire.
Well, Hulkenberg's been floating around, hasn't he, in terms of a name, possibly for Williams as a replacement if Latifi maybe doesn't fit the bill anymore. And because I think what Williams have also announced, Jos Capito said the other day that maybe they don't have to hire drivers with money as well as talent. They can maybe just go for drivers who have that great experience as a racing driver now. They don't need to bring in drivers like like Stroll in the past or like a Mazepin, for example.
Yeah, I think certainly what they've shown over the past couple of weeks and what they've developing really since the new owners came in is that they are building a competitive car, and that if in the right scenario the team can perform well and get some points. It showed in Hungary. George has constantly shown it on a flying lap basis in qualifying, and they demonstrated it yesterday in qualification as well, with both Latifi and George Russell performing well, both getting into Q2 and George getting into Q3. So the car's there, it can perform. It just needs the right driver in order to get points. And I think we're coming to a point where now, with the regulations coming in, with the development that the Williams have been doing, you shouldn't be surprised if Williams suddenly jump up the order and become like a top half team, because they're making some good strides. And if, like you said, if they're able to get a driver that's got some good racecraft and some good experience like Hulkenberg has, then there's no reason why they can't become a team that's consistently finishing in the top 10 once more.
Yeah, I think Hulkenberg Bottas would be a great lineup to show their commitment if that was an option. I think Valtteri Bottas, I think it's a great option if he does decide to stay in the sport to maybe go to Williams. I think obviously he'll need assurances that they are on that course to become mid-table onwards, maybe like Sebastian Vettel needed when he signed for Aston Martin last year. He might need some assurances from the Williams team about that, but I think going there he would be like maybe the number one driver if they decided to keep Latifi for another year. And I think that's what Bottas needs. He needs to be maybe in a team where he feels like he is the number one, whereas you go in, he's done a great job against Lewis Hamilton, we know, as a team, as well as a driver on his own, getting them wins every now and then when Hamilton maybe has an off day. But I feel like he needs maybe a different scenario in a team. I think he needs to not be knowing that maybe he is the number two driver at a team, going somewhere else, having a different challenge. So I don't think it would be a poor decision if it was a straight swap between Russell and Bottas. But if they can get in like another driver, not that Latifi's had a bad season. I think he has got his side out as much as he can in terms of the car. But it doesn't look great when, say, George Russell, for example, gets P2 in a Williams and he's in P12, or qualifying's never been Latifi's strength. Compared to like Russell, for example, he's pretty decent in the racing, but the qualifying is always, it's difficult to have a good race if you've had a poor qualifying. It's a lot to do on a Sunday. So it will be again interesting to see what Williams can do from that point of view. But again, there has been an extra 5-minute delay as we've been chatting again, so it's gone to 25 past 2. So hopefully in the next 5 minutes or so there isn't another one to say delayed start. Looks like Perez, are they trying to get Perez's car fixed in this time?
That's what I'm thinking. Is like, have they been offered a gift here by the delayed start? Are they able to potentially fix this car in time for him to start this race? Obviously, since he wasn't able to get round to the grid again, he wouldn't be able to build back into his spot. I think he would have to start from the pit lane, because he is getting a new front wing and things like that, similar to what we've already seen with Raikkonen. One of the reasons why he's starting from the pit lane. But I don't know. We have to wait and see. The wheel there, showing it as off the suspension there, that doesn't look good. That doesn't like I don't know. Maybe that's not a job that you can fix in the hour that they've had since they've managed, or less than an hour, I would say, since they managed to get that car back to the garage and to the pit box to try and fix it. But I don't know. We'll see in the next 10 minutes or so what's going to happen. Most likely, it is going to be Perez out of this race, unfortunately. But we were talking off air, Jack. Red Bull team's done wonders in the past when it comes to their drivers crashing on the way to the grid. With Hamilton last year in Hungary, he managed to fix that car to get him going and build a performance. So maybe they can work wonders again and get the job done again for Perez, but it might be a bit more of a long shot, shall we say, than what Verstappen had.
Yeah, if they can do that, it's an absolutely incredible job, and just getting him maybe to start from the pit lane is better than not having a car in the race at all. We don't know what's going to happen in this race. It could be absolute chaos. So starting from the back of the grid or the pit lane might actually be a benefit if you're Red Bull. Let's try and get this car out. Try and get him to start from the pit lane. Maybe there's incidents straight away, and we can work our way back up like we saw in Hungary last week. The people at the back, say Ocon and Vettel, for example, just went straight past all the people that crashed into each other at the very beginning. So it could be a benefit to have that point of view, as we still see the rain absolutely chucking it down. All the people, I mean, I hate wearing them rain Max, but it doesn't look a great sight, does it? It's absolutely chucking it down still. And we know this. It's strange because like 5 miles away or 2 miles away, it might be a lovely sunny day, but for some reason at that circuit, you never know what's going to happen. The weather, the radar is just an absolute, who knows what's going to happen. But it's
so many different changes in altitudes on that circuit as well, because there's a low dip into Rouge and the sector 2, go down the hill into sector 2 as well, the tight corners, and it's one of my most favorite circuits on the calendar because of the different variations that it can create in a single lap. So I'm definitely excited for the race, and I think whilst we still got a delay, may as well have a look and see what people are saying in the comment section on our live chat and get them involved a bit more.
Yeah.
And don't forget to vote on the poll. Of course, it's been extended because we have not started the race yet.
Yeah.
But 101 votes so far. That's a great turnout for everyone. So thank you for voting. I think I voted other on the poll because I think because of the variations of this race, what it could offer with the rainfall, and I think we could have another surprise winner like we had in Hungary last weekend with Esteban Ocon. I think we could have another surprise winner other than Max Verstappen or Lewis Hamilton.
Yeah, I was going to put George Russell there, but I thought it might be a long slot. But who knows? That it could happen for George Russell sitting on P2 on the grid. I'll look at obviously we'll go through the comments here. I just want to quickly, before maybe the race starts, because I've just found some other information that we haven't really talked about yet with this delayed start as well, and that's the revised calendar, with a few changes that have been made that were announced yesterday. So obviously if we just go into the races that have been announced so far for the remainder of the 2021 season, obviously we're going to the Dutch Grand Prix next weekend. As Conor said, obviously there's a lot of Dutch fans here this weekend at Spa, but they'll be huge at the Dutch Grand Prix next weekend. Then we go to the Italian Grand Prix at Monza, always one of my favourite circuits. A lot of fans hopefully will be back in that one as well. The Russian Grand Prix at the end of September. We've also got the Turkish Grand Prix that's been moved to the 8th to the 10th of October. We then go to the United States after a couple of weeks break in that, so October 22nd to the 24th. The Mexican Grand Prix is down as well from the beginning of November. The Brazilian Grand Prix a week after that, in mid-November. We've got a to be confirmed. A lot of people are talking about Qatar as a possible choice for that one that's still to be confirmed as well. Then we go to beginning of December at the Saudi Arabia Grand Prix, and then going into middle of December, I'm sure that's one of the latest ones we've had for a Formula 1 season, finishing at the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix on the 10th to the 12th of December. Conor, you're looking at that. Are we still expecting changes to be made to that? Like America, for example, we've got Brazil, Mexico. There's still some possible races there that might be changed last minute, I feel.
Yeah, you said the TBC race is that before or after Brazil?
It's just after Brazil. So the Brazilian Grand Prix is the 12th to the 14th, and then we've got November the 19th to the 21st has got a TBC next to it. So we still haven't got confirmation of what that race could be. I don't know if it was Australia. Was it Australia before? And they've obviously had to pull out, possibly. Yeah.
See, I think it could be an America's race again because of the geographical situation. These Formula One teams, they've got great resources that allows them to travel the world and things like that. But still, it comes to limitations as to how quickly they can get to one country to another, and to get all the team there set and ready to go. And that's why you get these triple headers very close to each other. Belgium, Dutch, and Italy very easily for them to travel around in that 3-week period. And same with the Americas as well. The United States, Mexico, and Brazil. It makes it easy to travel if they're on the same continent. And because of that, because of the close proximity to the Brazil Grand Prix, I think that TBC race could be a race potentially in America. I'm going to predict maybe it could be
to Austin,
maybe Austin or Indianapolis again, or something like that. Just to mix it up a little bit potentially, and bring Formula One to that part of the world again, because it did miss out last year.
Yeah.
So I think they're due just a couple of race extra just to allow the fans to go watch Formula One again after not being able to last year. And it would be nice to try and get it in Australia, but I don't think the COVID situation will allow it to happen. So they'll have to wait, unfortunately. But as you mentioned as well, being in Saudi Arabia and Abu Dhabi near the end of the season, potentially could be in that region as well. There's a few possibilities for them, but I think if I'm going to put my money on anywhere, I think it could be somewhere in the Americas. Just geographically, it makes it easier for the Formula One teams, especially with the weekends being in close proximity of each other as well.
Yeah.
And good news, everyone's on their formation lap.
I was just going to say, it looks like they're on their formation laps. There's some team radios there as well, so possible talk about how the track is. I've just seen, obviously there's been a couple of onboards. We've seen Max Verstappen as well, just behind the safety car. It's always a little bit perilous because he doesn't want to go into the back of the safety car on the formation. That wouldn't be a good one as well. As we're seeing Lando Norris on his formation lap as well. Great to see him back out on the track, on the formation now after the incident he had yesterday. Obviously, all when they're starting behind the safety car will be on wet weather tyres. So yeah, again, we'll see how that has an impact. We're hoping that it is going to be a proper standing start.
I think it will be. I don't see why it would be a rolling start. I think it should be a standing start. I think they might have 2 formation laps potentially, because in qualifying yesterday they were talking about how they weren't able to get the tyres up to temperature on the first lap, and that's why a few of them underperformed. Really, they weren't able to get the tyre temperatures up to put in a good fast lap. So maybe we might have 2 formation laps just so that the drivers can get the tyres up to a good temperature for a standing start. I think that'll be the wisest decision.
I love this stat that's been put in the chat as well from ROK Plays. I mean, in 2003, Ronaldo signed for United and Williams won the Grand Prix that same weekend. In 2021, Ronaldo signs for United and Williams are on the front row. I mean, he's put coincidence. I think not. That is a great thing. Surely that's it. That's Russell's won. That's it. Should we just end the stream right now?
Well, I was going to say Nicholas Latifi climbs up the order and gets a maiden win.
Possible. It's possible.
And yeah, they are doing 2 laps around, 2 formation laps to warm up the tyres. Although they are quite spaced out, so I'm slightly concerned that Max Verstappen might be sitting there for a little bit on the grid.
Yeah.
And it might not be a good start for him, but he's traditionally started in second gear as well, so he's always been slow off, but then he's able to get that acceleration really good. So maybe there will be a few, or I wouldn't be surprised if there's another incident going into the first corner, given that's in a wet race again, but we'll wait and see. I think because of the delay, it's worth going through the order again, just in case some people have been late joining.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I will try and get the up. Obviously, I don't know if BBC have updated it now, because I think Sergio Perez is still down there. We're yet to see. They were doing work on his car, but there's been no announcement on Sergio Perez. So we've obviously got Max Verstappen, who will be on pole position to start the race. George Russell's in second. Lewis Hamilton is third. Daniel Ricciardo fourth. Vettel's fifth. Gasly sixth. We've obviously got a missing grid for Sergio Perez at the minute, who would have started seventh. Ocon eighth. Leclerc ninth. Latifi 10th, Carlos Sainz in 11th with Fernando Alonso 12th, Bottas 13th, Giovinazzi 14th, Norris 15th, Yuki Tsunoda in 16th, Mick Schumacher is 17th along with his teammate Mazepin in 18th, Lance Stroll is in 19th with his grid penalty, and Kimi Raikkonen is starting from the pit lane. Will Sergio Perez be starting from the pit lane as well? Like I said, we haven't seen any announcements yet. I think it will be a very tall order, as Connor said a few minutes ago, to get that car out in time. I think maybe if there was another delay, it could have been been possible. An extra 5 minutes might have helped, but we haven't seen much footage of it so far. And we've obviously got team radios of George Russell as well as they're going around the circuit. I mean, look, this is going to be an interesting one as we're seeing replays and like you just can't see all the cars. Like, I mean, if you're Max Verstappen...
Start procedure suspended.
Oh.
So this is not going to be a standing start. This is going to be...
Is this a rolling start?
Red flag.
Oh.
Unsurprisingly.
Great.
Oh, okay.
Great.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's a stream for Connor and Jack covering the Formula One race. And there's a red flag. I hope you've got your bingo cards filled out because you just got a full house.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's just the norm, isn't it? Like, I mean, it just happens. Like me and you do a live stream. There's a red flag that comes out. We haven't even started the race, and there's a red flag. It just seems to happen, doesn't it? But hey.
Yeah, all the cars are coming into the pit lane. So and they're potentially saying about knocking off a couple of laps on the race as well to compensate for the actual formation laps. So maybe we're already on lap 2 or 3, given the tyre wear and things like that. But I don't know, maybe the rain will let up and the water will roll off the track and they may move on to the intermediate tyres. But yeah, this is not the most convenience of races so far for a lot of these drivers, but maybe it's the most convenient for Perez, potential for him to get the car back on.
I think Christian Horner's eyes just lit up when he saw the red flag.
He must be hoping for more rain. He must be hoping for the heavens to open and to the rain for another 30 minutes or so.
He's doing a rain dance on the top of the Red Bull hospitality.
Yeah.
It looks like they're getting out of the safety car. So obviously it's a decision now. All the tents will be moved back out onto the pit lane, I'm sure, because obviously a rain delay in terms of race suspension is at least another 10 minutes or so at least. I think if they were going to do an extra 5, maybe they would maybe do a different option, but I think this could be at least another 10 minutes, if not more. We'll obviously wait for confirmation as that pops up on the screen from the
drivers are out of the car. George has gone out of his car, so I think this is going to be another 10 minutes plus potentially. We're still, as I said, we're waiting for confirmation as to how long it's going to be. But yeah, someone's in the chat here. Arthur054 said, recalling Malaysia's 2009 red flag due to heavy rain. Jack, you've got much more extensive Formula One knowledge than what I do. Can you remember that race and how it unfolded, Malaysia 2009?
It rings a bell. I feel like it was the race when the drains were overflowing. Like I remember the Malaysia circuit, one of my favourite circuits, the Malaysian Grand Prix. It was such a shame when we lost that due to funding, or I'm not sure how it came off the calendar in the end, but I do remember that race in terms of the rain suspension, in terms of, like I said, the water was just, it was so high in terms of the track. It was flooding everywhere. It was worse than it is here at Belgium today, so it was obviously understandable when they suspended it due to the weather. We've obviously seen the Canadian Grand Prix 2011 was another example in terms of the rain delay and how issues came about on that race as well. You had David Coulthard and Martin Brundle talking and laughing about ducks that were swimming along the racetrack at one point, and I remember Martin Brundle, you could just hear it was like a comedy sketch when he walked back in to get after he got both of them a cup of tea halfway through commentary, because it was such a long stint that they were doing the actual race commentary on. So it's just comedy bits like that, and these things happen. We've obviously had a few red flags this season so far. But yeah, it's a little bit annoying to have maybe this. Obviously, a little bit of rain helps in terms of it might spice up the racing, for example. But when it hampers it where we can't even start a race at all, it is a little bit annoying. So yeah, another delay, but I'm sure we'll find something to discuss it with, Connor. To be honest, we'll pluck something out of the air in terms of something to discuss so far, but.
I suppose the big one from last time out, of course, is Esteban Ocon getting his first ever win in Formula One, and Alpine as well, getting their first win in Formula One under their new name. If Mercedes hadn't let him sign that new deal with Alpine, they must have been thinking, oh, we could have a race winner in our car already. And Ocon's done incredible in Formula One. If you think about his journey, started off and started off in the Racing Point, of course, and that pink car. Got let go for a season, was a reserve driver at Mercedes, came back with Renault and Alpine, and has got that race win now finally as well. It's been quite a journey for him in Formula One. What kind of ambition do you think is realistic for Alpine and Ocon moving forward, given how competitive the grid is near the top of it?
Yeah, I think it all depends on going into these next couple of years, as we're seeing the Alpine head chief talking to Sky at the moment. We've got Fernando Alonso in the background, discussing with the engineers as well about the track. And I think it all depends on going into 2022, 2023 on how Alpine and these other teams, McLaren, for example, who has made some good progress recently. Ferrari, can they make it back up there? Aston Martin, can they make that leap? Williams as well is another one. Can they go a little bit further? All depends on this next regulation change. We've obviously seen what the new cars will look like. It was highlighted at Silverstone, I think, a few weeks ago, in terms of what 2022 will look like from the car designs. But it just that first race and maybe testing. I know everyone won't show their true potential in testing next year, but just things like that will then highlight where maybe the teams are compared to Mercedes and Red Bull that have maybe been these strong contenders over the last few years. Is there going to be another team that takes the reins, is the better team in this new regulation change? And I think Alpine definitely want to be there. Fernando Alonso must still see something positive for him to sign another extension, because we know how Fernando doesn't want to waste any time if they know that he's not going to be in a good car. So he's obviously made that decision to sign again. So that's another thing that's maybe highlighting to me that Alpine are on a good course. McLaren, I think, as well, are on a good trajectory if they keep their progression going. So I'm hoping that 2022 and onwards will be a great thing for Formula One. Obviously better, we're hoping for more overtaking, that they don't have to use the DRS all the time to make overtaking maneuvers, that they can stay behind these cars during the corners, and they don't have to drop off, say, for a couple of laps and then go again. Obviously, this will all be new for all the teams, so it might be that the first half of the season next year is not as interesting as we thought. But yeah, I mean, I'm hoping that Alpine and teams like that, Aston Martin, McLaren, will make that step up, because we just want that season. Jamie knows it, for example. I think it was 2012. I'm not 100% sure, when so many different teams won the first 7 races. I think it was a different driver for the first 7. We want races like that. We want challenges like that. I mean, obviously Esteban Ocon winning this year. We've obviously had Pierre Gasly winning last year. Sergio Perez won his first race last year as well. So we are seeing different drivers, winning their races, winning their first races, for example. But we want to see that maybe more on a more consistent basis. But I think it's coming. Look, I think we're obviously seeing better. We're obviously seeing better racing. I think this 2021 season has been one of the better seasons over the last few years. For example, I think having that extra team battling at the top as well as a good mid-team battle is good, but we would like to see more teams maybe, say, challenging for them race wins as well, and not just being Mercedes and Red Bull, for example.
They're already discussing potentially about a 75% race completion, and those kind of requirements being met in order to make this an official race, because of the rain, and obviously as well the lighting conditions with the heavy rain as well, making it more difficult. And we saw on the formation lap how difficult it was to see the car ahead, with George Russell complaining as well. And you got pictures of all these fans on the hill with their umbrellas waving around in the air. They look like they're having a great time there in the rain, but I'm sure they would love to see some racing at some point. But obviously, when it's safe to do so, must be great to be there. especially if you're a Max Verstappen fan, seeing him on the in pole position. But as you mentioned about Alpine and the regulation changes, just opens the door for so many teams, and this is why so many people are looking forward to Formula One next year, because it could be a really competitive field. It could be, like you said, a couple of seasons ago where you had so many drivers winning races in the opening stages of a season. We could get repeats of that under these new regulations. We're certainly seeing evidence of teams performing well. Williams, Alpine, AlphaTauri in the past year, McLaren as well, bring themselves back into the frame. Aston Martin, they've been performing well too as well. So it's there's a lot of things to look forward to, and obviously you've still got the usual suspects involved too, with Hamilton and Verstappen both performing well. But you've got rising drivers like Norris and Esteban Ocon with his first win under the belt, Pierre Gasly too. There's a lot to look forward to. Charles Leclerc as well, Ferrari, if they can bounce back. There's 2022 is going to be a very exciting season because of the variables that are in play and the sheer unknown factor entering the season. I don't think we've had a Formula One season like that for that's going to be like that for quite some time. Over the past couple of years, you would think, okay, Red Bull going to be near the top. Mercedes are going to be one of the best teams on the grid, and Ferrari will be there. And then Ferrari suddenly start dropping away, and it opens the door a little bit for McLaren and Racing Point to put themselves in there under the name Aston Martin now, of course. So, but 2022, it kicks that door down completely. It opens it wide open potentially for a lot of these teams to develop great cars and hopefully make it a competitive field, as you said, Jack.
Yeah, the only issue I've got in terms of that going forward is that it always seems to be when we go to a regulation change, the season before that change is made is a great season. So we're always thinking, like, why are we doing it now? We had it when in 2013, I think, before we made that change to the turbo hybrid era, is that it was a great season and everybody's like, oh, do we really want to make that step? And obviously we then had this huge dominance from Mercedes after the dominance we'd had from Red Bull. But I think that 2013, as we were going into that next phase of Formula One, was a good season, and I think there was more competitiveness in different teams. And obviously we're having it this season before we go to this next one, and the worry is, as much as we're getting this hype of how good racing's going to be and how overtaking is going to be better and there's going to be more teams involved, what happens if it isn't and we get another team where, say, McLaren are dominant or Alpine are dominant, or Ferrari, or something like that? That's the worry, I think, for me, is we don't want that again. We've had a great season this year, second half of last year, for example, where we've seen a lot of good racing, different race winners. It'll just be a worry for me if we go into a different phase that it's not as close between other teams, and say one team gets left behind a lot, or like that we see maybe from Williams, for example, in the first few years of this new era. Haas over the last couple of years have dropped off. It's just a worry maybe if we get another one in this next phase. But I'm hoping for, like, the ones at the bottom, say Haas, for example, obviously they've put all their money into next year, so they should be a team that hopefully, even though they haven't got as big of a budget, even though they've got a budget cap now for all the teams, hopefully they can again make some progression, so they're not falling behind, a couple of laps behind. That's obviously not something we want going forward. If we're going to get close racing, we don't want drivers that are 2 laps, 3 laps behind. I think that's something that obviously the F1 needs to work towards. I'm just seeing here, Red Bull are trying to convince the FIA to possibly let Perez race if they can repair his car in time. So Michael Massey, I think, is needing to check the rule book from what F1 are looking at in terms of if somebody has retired, can they then come back into the frame if the race hasn't started yet? So I think that should be that is actually an interesting one, because obviously there's still pictures of the garage in terms of Perez. It depends on the technical regulations if the race has actually started or not. So we've had that formation lap. We've obviously had, maybe like you've said, Conor, in terms of them, are they going to add them 2 laps that they've done under the formation lap as the actual race part of the race laps? So there's obviously 44 laps, but then first 2 could be the laps they've had under the safety car. If they've counted them, is it fair to let Perez start? Would he then be 2 laps behind?
I don't think it would be. Or? Yeah, I don't think it would be fair on the other drivers to allow Perez to start, because obviously Perez has only had the wear on his tyres from from well, I don't even know if it's from quali. It might be in fresher tyres because it's wet race. He's only had the wear on his tyres from making it halfway around the lap on the way to the grid.
Well,
so
surely he'd have to have a new set because he's ruined the one side.
Yeah, and then with the fair point as well, the fact that they're under a red flag now as well. A lot of the teams could change their tyres and put fresh wets on for that reason of having a set that can last longer into the race. Depending on how long this race does go for now with lighting conditions and everything else. So, yeah, I think if the FIA says that these laps that have already been taking place on the formation count towards the race, I don't think we'll see Perez compete no matter what the Red Bull team can do on that car. But if they don't, and we have a standing start situation, then there's an opportunity there, I think, for Perez to maybe start from the pit lane if they're able to fix everything on that front of that car in time for the restart. But at the moment, as far as I'm aware, Jack, we haven't been given a time for the restart either. So,
no.
And with the, I saw a picture as well of the Red Bull team putting a little boarding up to stop people from peering into the garage whilst they do the repairs, so they can't see what's happening internally on that car. Maybe they are pushing as hard as they can to try and get Perez in this race and competing, which, given the fact that both drivers underperformed, shall we say, whether it's due to their own, or it wasn't due to their reasons last weekend, due to the crash at Hungary. Red Bull are desperate for points to try and get back into this Constructors' Championship, and to keep up with Mercedes. So they'll be looking to get as many cars onto the grid as possible, and try and help Max Verstappen win this race as well to get him back into the frame in the Drivers' Championship. So
yeah,
they will be working as hard as they can to get that Red Bull car on the track.
Yeah, it just seemed it'll just be how the regulation, like I said, how the rule book works in terms of what the FIA can they allow him back into it if they've already announced that he's retired from the session. Can they bring him back into the fray from an incident like that? I think Red Bull will do as much as they can to try and get him back into the race. Like you say, I agree. From Red Bull's point of view, if they have the possibility of two cars getting points for the Constructors' Championship is vitally important, considering they're now behind Mercedes in that as well. As we see the two Alpine drivers of Alonso and Ocon chatting to the executives at Alpine. And we've been given no announcement yet. So as someone's put in the comments, DL's put in the chat, obviously 20 to 30 minutes if they are getting out of their cars, and there's obviously been no announcement yet. So it is probably a little bit longer. We haven't had a time frame of the possibility of having it again. Sometimes it's the case where the safety car goes back out on its own just to test the track and see what the water's like. Again, that hasn't happened yet as well, as we still see the fans. I thought while you were talking then, it was funny watching that some of the fans eating their chips and having a couple of beers. It's like they're absolutely soaked, but they're having an absolutely amazing time. So why not? If you're already soaked, you might as well just enjoy it. I'd much rather be the people in the grandstands, I'm not going to lie, and maybe not being absolutely soaked, but as long as they're happy on the hill.
Someone else put an interesting comment as well. RLK Plays said on the Perez situation, maybe they make him do 2 laps in order to so that the tyre wear is the same. But then I would go back to the point that we're under a red flag right now, which means the teams can change the tyres on the cars. So that would be unfair on Perez to force him to drive 2 laps on his tyres if other teams have changed their tyres under the red flag. And I get what you mean. I get why you said that, because you want him to catch up on the lap count, similar to how it would be under a safety car, where cars can, if they have been lapped, cars are allowed to overtake the safety car in order to unlap themselves and to catch up to the back of the grid. But we would be in a situation where Perez would have to drive round this circuit twice under the safety car as it comes round on the formation, which, as we've already seen this weekend, driving quick under these conditions is not safe at all. So to the FIA to force them to do that in order to take part in this race would be would not be advised at all. So I think in my opinion, I think it's a very slim chance of Perez competing in this race.
Yeah, we've always got Christian Horner chatting there as well. I don't know if that's being picked up at all. As I can see, Albon and Verstappen. Alex Albon's obviously there as well, chatting with Max. But obviously Christian's giving a bit of an interview now, so it might be that he's giving a bit of a description on what's happening. Their possibility of maybe bringing Perez back into the fold, but
yeah, I'm not too sure of how they would work it out, but there's just, you could say, oh, Perez can do extra 2 laps, but then you could say, oh, the guys already under the red flag have changed their tyres, so it's a bit unfair on Perez to force him to do 2 laps because then he's got extra tyre wear. Then you could say, oh, Perez has crashed on the first lap, so if he wants to compete in this race, that's the penalty that he's got to take. If it's not going to be a DNF, then he's got to do that, which is fair on that opinion there. So maybe that would be a fair compromise in that situation. I'm just not too sure how it would unfold.
I think the only benefit...
I've never really seen a scenario like this before.
Yeah, I think the only benefit maybe that Red Bull can use is that the wet tyre... I mean, the wet tyre doesn't really lose as much tread, say, for example, if you're on dry tyres. I think if they were on dry tyres, they might say as an excuse, well, how are you going to do this? Because we've already wasted 2 laps on a set of softs or on a set of mediums, whereas the wet tyres... I mean, they haven't obviously got as much grip as in terms of the intermediates, but obviously they allow the water to get off the tire on the track. So I mean, they could use the excuse maybe in that sense that it's only the wet compound tires, it's not another tire compound instead. But yeah, it will be interesting. I think both sets of teams, so the FIA. Other maybe teams as well, if they don't want Perez to start this. So I could say Toto Wolff might be looking at his rule book to see if there's a way of maybe not allowing Perez.
He'll be sending emails again to
He'll be sending emails over.
Sending emails.
Well, Michael might be able to take them emails because they're not in a race at the minute, so he might be able to check them emails as he's going. Yeah, I think Christian, Michael, and obviously other maybe teams as well will be looking at the rule book. Is there a possibility in terms of letting Sergio Perez back in? I don't think, for me as a fan, if Red Bull have managed to get that car fixed. We haven't really started this race, to be honest. I wouldn't count it that we've started it. I'd much rather them say, we've done them 2 formation laps. It hasn't worked. It's normally a 44-lap race. Let's just do it to 40 laps or something and just remove a couple, and them 2 didn't count. If you want to put new tyres on, put new tyres on, because they started these are all brand new sets anyway, because they started it on intermediates. They all crossed the line on intermediates yesterday, I think, anyway. So it's a completely different set. So it's not like they've used them yesterday. So, I would just say, look, Red Bull have managed to fix it. Let's just put him... As long as he starts at the back of the grid, I just feel like, to me, it doesn't really matter to me.
They're going to have to change that front wing anyway, and he didn't make it round to the formation lap, so therefore it would be...
pit lane start.
Out. Pit lane start, because it's breaking Parc Fermé regulations, so yeah, he would have to start from the pit. It's a similar situation to Raikkonen today, because he said he's got changed rear wing. Did he? Yeah.
Ooh, chips look nice.
Oh yeah, they look delicious. I think it was mayonnaise.
He got mayonnaise
on. But yeah, a couple of people asking when's the race starting. We don't know, but at the moment, no drivers are in their cars, no tyres are on the cars either.
Nope.
So, with that in mind, at the moment we'll just say 10 minutes and constantly repeat 10 minutes until otherwise. So that's just a thing to go by. And you mentioned earlier about someone else saying, it's about 20, 30 minutes sometimes as well. So 10 to 20 minutes really we're looking at. And that's if we're lucky, because, it's the conditions are very wet in Belgium today.
I just don't feel like it stopped. Like, it just hasn't stopped. Even from this red flag delay, it just looks like the rain is constant. I've just looked at the football scores as well to see if that made me happy, and Tottenham are winning, so that's not made me happy either.
Otmar is talking about a 2-hour window for the race to be completed in, Jack. Your F1 knowledge, share us a bit of information about that, on what you know about that.
I mean,
into our window.
yeah, normally if it's over a certain amount of time, they have to cut the time down. So if we've had like huge red flags in the past, or like a number of safety cars, and we've obviously in doing the safety car issue, that's delayed the laps being completed in. If it goes over a certain time limit, then what they do is they just say, I think, is it maybe 3 laps? Or the next lap or something like that, and then that's when they do the checkered flag. So I think Otmar might be talking about that in the sense that if they go over a certain window, then they have to finish the race at a certain time. So whatever lap that is, that's when they finish the race on. So it could be that, say, it's a 44 lap race, but they finish on lap 30 if that's when the window kicks in terms of how long a time limit they can race for. And like you mentioned earlier, in terms of what they've also been talking about, is that it's going to get dark soon. There's no sun, it's misty, and it's going to come to a point then they're an hour ahead of us in terms of time, in terms of their times as well. So it is coming up to almost 4 o'clock now as well. When will it be the case when it starts to get dark with there not being any light from the sun or any issues from that? It's going to get darker a lot quicker there, for example. So that's another thing that might play into effect of maybe how long of a race this is going to be. So we're almost coming up to the hour mark of when we went live on the stream, and we've only seen 2 laps under the safety car. So I think this is a new record for me and you, Connor. We've obviously had red flags in the past, but I think this might be the longest one we've had so far.
I think we should just do streams now whenever red flags occur, not actually cover the Formula One, because
we should just come on just to do the red flag bit.
Yeah. Oh my.
We're like the halftime we're like the halftime support. It's like Coldplay at the Super Bowl. That's basically what we are. We're just the halftime performance. But
it's showing a replay of Sebastian Vettel's formation lap, and the visibility in front of him, because of the spray from the rain and the tires ahead of him and the cloud coverage. The cloud coverage looks really low as well, and the mist. It just makes it impossible to drive around.
You can just see that brake light, can't you? You can just see that that flashing red light.
The recharge of the brake light, and as you mentioned there, with it getting darker as too, time's running out. We might get. I don't know if we're going to get to a point where this race has to be cancelled because of the fact that there's simply not enough laps have been completed, and there's not enough adequate light conditions for further laps to be completed. The conditions aren't safe enough for drivers to take on the track. So we are at the possibility of approaching. It's not out of the realms of possibility that this race could end up being cancelled here because of the conditions. Hopefully it's not, because we want to talk some racing today.
Yeah.
We don't want to talk about red flags. As much as we glorified it a moment ago about race flag streams, we don't want to be doing flag streams.
No, I've just seen in terms of a stat that's been put on, like only 5 times in Formula One history have half points been awarded due to rain. The most recent being Malaysia 2009, which one of the people put in the chat. So obviously great knowledge there. So up until lap 33 would be half points here, and from that point onwards would be full points. So again, that's another thing that can be taken into account. Otmar actually put a quote on to say we've got until 8 p.m. or so. If we can start the race before 6 p.m, let's run it. Good God, Otmar, I hope I'm not on here until 6 p.m. tonight. That will be depressing if I'm doing the race.
That's 2 hours from now. A race start from 2 hours from now. What can we talk about for 2 hours?
Yeah, I mean, that's. I might change this to Tottenham's second half race watch along, and just do a football live stream instead.
We'll just keep an eye on the Formula One and just talk about football instead.
Yeah.
That is the formation lap. Still showing the same formation lap for Vettel. Just you can barely see the George Russell and Ricciardo and Lewis in front of him. He can't see George at all. Lewis he can barely see, and Ricciardo I think he can only see because he's got a bright orange car. That's the only.
Maybe they all need to
for
have
having a
like
bright
high
orange
vis
car that
colours
you can
on.
see you. They need high vis liveries. They need alternative liveries for bad rain conditions. I think. Luminous liveries for bad rain conditions. Racing can still take place. Uh, uh,
Yeah, so obviously they've put out no further updates still from race control since the red flag came out nearly half an hour ago. All cars remain in the pit lane. Obviously bar Sergio Perez's, which is still being worked on in the garage. Christian Horner said visibility is a big part as a big issue as well as grip. Limited visibility, you can't avoid stricken cars in time, nor can the marshals see potentially react to a situation quickly. So I think again, like that, the high visibility is highlighted again as a major issue. Obviously for marshals, they are wearing high visibility gear, but again, in these conditions, they don't want to maybe going out onto track to look after another car if there's there are other cars maybe that won't see them coming on, which again is another huge health and safety issue. So look, the visibility is not improving. The rain doesn't look like it's easing up as well. You could be right, Connor, in terms of could this be a cancellation? There has been talk in the past, if there is ever a cancellation, they move it to the next day. So it could be that there would be a race on a Monday, for example, instead, because F1 want to do this calendar where they do so many races a year now, and losing out on this race, is not going to play a good part in that. So,
would it be possible then, if they were to extend this race weekend and race tomorrow instead, would they then look to the Dutch Grand Prix and remove a practice from that to allow teams to travel still in time and still prepare for the race with enough time as well, or do you think it would just be a normal race weekend after that and teams will just have to live with it and do a quick turnaround without any sort of time to really reset and get ready to go again?
Yeah, I mean they could mix it up. There's no reason why not. I think Imola this year was a practice on the Saturday morning, wasn't it? And then qualifying on the Saturday, I think, and then they did the race on the Sunday. So there's no harm in saying that and saying, look, if we alter it slightly, obviously the Dutch Grand Prix wouldn't be happy because they would get tickets in for Verstappen fans on the Friday. So losing out on that would be maybe huge for the Dutch Grand Prix, especially considering they didn't have one last year, and that they can get fans in. So maybe losing out on a Friday for them would be more difficult for them, for example. But they have done it in the past where they maybe have just done everything on a Saturday and a Sunday. So it's not to say they can't do it, but obviously Formula One won't want to do it. They'll want to finish the race here today. But with what we've seen, I mean, obviously they're showing onboards of Fernando Alonso's practice lap on Friday when the track looked pretty decent to race on.
Should have raced on that day.
Yeah, we should have just done the race. In hindsight, just have done everything on the Friday would have been a lot easier for sure. But yeah, I mean, look, it's something that they're going to be looking into now. We can see the medical car going around to do a few laps. Like I said, normally it's the case where they put the safety car out or they put one of the maybe FIA cars out to see what the track's going to be like. But I mean, when you see the car going around, we know it's going to be at least maybe a few 20 minutes more at least. The rain doesn't look too... I mean, I can't see from this camera. It's not looking too bad on the track. It's just the visibility, isn't it? I think that they're more concerned about.
And for everyone that's watching along on their own TVs and coverage wherever they are in the world, you may be thinking, the safety car's going around. It looks perfectly fine when the visibility... You have to remember about the speed of these Formula One cars when they go around these corners and how much spray they cause in front of, behind them when they go around the track and the sitting water that they uplift. It changes the visibility completely. You can see on the back of the safety car, there's a bit of spray coming from that because there still is sitting water on the track. So there's going to be full wets no matter what for the time being. But hopefully, with the fact that the safety car is going round the track, and a nice thumbs up there from Mick Schumacher too. Hopefully, with the safety car going around the track, that is a sign that we are closer to this race taking place, and hopefully we can get some racing as Pierre Gasly takes a bite of a protein or cereal bar. I'm not sure what it is.
Is
but
Mick Schumacher doing some insider trading with McLaren there? Have we just seen some? He was in the McLaren pit wall. He's having a bit of a chat, going, "Hey guys, what's your driver lineup for next year? Any possibility?" Or
any room for me?
It's worth a go.
Sure Ferrari would be too happy about that. Going to a rival in essence.
It's worth a go.
Giving up on Ferrari after one season in Formula One. Oh dear.
I would just see, is he going to go? Is the medical car going back round again, or is it going straight into the pit lane? It's going straight into the pit lane. That's not a good sign.
Yeah, I think it went straight into the pit lane.
That's not a good sign.
No.
Normally do at least a couple if it's going to be maybe enough to do a review. If they only do one lap, we know that they're not going to consider it. As we see the actual safety car at the front of the grid, and the rain is still chucking it down in terms of that camera a little bit closer on. So yeah, I mean, look, we're getting to 3 o'clock, so 4 o'clock over there in terms of the time, just 4:05 there. So it's going to be, it's a long wait for these drivers as well, considering, that before the start of the race, we've seen the procedures on documentaries, we've seen what they do before the races start, how they prepare their music, how they say meditate, or any different ways that they do it. How big of a difference do you think that is then, Connor, when you've prepared for it, you get in the car, and then it's announced that it's a red flag and they're having to do all this? We're seeing Leclerc chilling out in his chair. Fernando Alonso has had a coffee.
They're handing out coffees at the Red Bull team. The Red Bull mechanics. By the way, these aren't the mechanics that work on Perez's car, so they haven't given up and decided to have coffee. Verstappen's mechanics are all having a coffee under the little tent that they got under Max's car. That's the condition that we're at right now. So, yeah, it's going to be longer than 20 minutes, I think. But you mentioned, Ocon's relaxing in the Alpine garage. If the race was starting soon, they would be doing all the reaction testing with the light buttons and things like that, as you see with Daniel Ricciardo sometimes. They would be doing the tennis ball reactions and stretching out, making sure that the necks are limber and ready to go around these corners with high G, going through their bodies, making sure that the legs are all stretched out so they don't get cramp and things like that. So they're so relaxed. It's going to have to go. They're going to have to go through all that process again, and that's a decent 10 minutes to warm up because of the fact that they're in a sitting position for so long. Got an image of a crane as well, which must be about 20 feet in the air, and you can barely see the top of it.
Is that where the cameraman is? Is that because normally there's a cameraman up there?
I think so. Hopefully, no one's forgotten that he's there with all the coverage. So I'm still up here, guys. Don't forget about me when you go home.
that's. I'd have to be paid big bucks for that, just to be sitting up there. I mean, yeah, there he is. You can see the camera.
You get a nice view of the whole race though from up there.
Normally,
nice aerial
normally.
View. Yeah, normally. Yeah, normally.
I bet he's like, guys, why am I even up here? You can't even see from my camera anyway. Why am I still up here? What's the point? I mean, I would change this. I would end this poll, but we're on 164 votes at the minute, and we still haven't started the race.
For all
yet.
the people that have voted, I'll say, please drop a like on the video too as well if you've enjoyed our red flag chat. If you've got any red flag stories that you'd like to share, I think it's a good time to put them in there.
Yeah, any points you want to pick up in terms of conversation stuff as well? Any discussions that we haven't maybe discussed already? Put that in, of course. It'd be nice to know if there is a time limit at the minute, if they are thinking about it, but we haven't heard anything from race control.
Sorry for I know we've got a regular that watches from like Australia or New Zealand. I think I feel sorry for them because the races going to be.
I think Joel should be in bed. I haven't seen him put anything in the chat yet. Since
it's going to be a very late one for him if this race gets underway again. So I feel sorry for him. I bet he can't wait for the Americas and the later races in the year when it's a bit of a better time for him to watch.
Yeah, this is.
So I feel sorry for them in this scenario with another red flag session. But George Russell's getting interviewed here. I'm pretty certain he's probably been asked again about Mercedes, and he's probably tired of it. Probably wants to say as much as he can, but he can't.
He's not allowed to say it. He's a bit
not allowed to.
It's a bit like being in a Marvel movie. He's contracted not to speak about anything to do with any of the movies that are coming up. This is basically him having to par away every question that gets talked about from Mercedes' point of view. So it is a little bit disappointing. I think he would have loved to have and got the announcement out of the way, had the weekend where he just talks about it and then focuses on the rest of the year at Williams. But of course, with the extra delay means that he has to talk about it each weekend that comes his way. So, and Bottas as well in terms of the other way. Yeah, I mean, he will have loved to have got this race underway by now. There's no doubt about that. Starting P2, he got all pumped up for it. As we see Fernando just chilling out with his hat. He's got his woolly hat on with his cup of coffee. That's where we are at right now. There's no way he's getting ready in the car straight away. So as Perez's car is still being worked on as well. I feel like it would be very harsh on the Red Bull mechanics now if the FIA just said, no, you can't race now. After all that hard work that the Red Bull team will have put in.
Well, I was just looking through the news feed, and obviously we had the incident with Norris yesterday in the wet. But Jack, want to draw your mind all the way back to, if you can remember watching highlights of it, is in Belgium in 1998 with that incredible start with what happened there in the opening laps. With
just before Rouge, yeah.
Yeah, with so many cars crashing, that must be in the mind of the officials as to why they don't want to start this race until it's safe to do so. I mean, can you remember watching that race at all? If you do, or
I've seen clips of it. It would be difficult to maybe cast my mind back to that exact time, still being young at that stage, but I've seen so many like highlights, so many clips of that start. There were drivers who were going past the camera with no front wheels at all. They were just like dragging, the car was being dragged along. But obviously, that's where, like you say, the safety officials won't want to see that. We saw another incident in terms of the W Series on Friday as well, which was another crazy incident that we saw up Eau Rouge as well. And thankfully there was no major injuries in that incident that they had as well, where they all crashed into each other going up to Eau Rouge. As we see Bert Meinlander tweeting on his phone there in the safety car. Yeah, I mean, look, a lot of people have been talking about Eau Rouge as a topic recently, saying it maybe is a bit too dangerous now. But that's why the drivers come to this racetrack. That's why they want to say that they race at Spa. The other racetracks have been talked about that maybe they're too dangerous now. Monaco's another one where maybe it's too small now in terms of these cars that are going along. But it's like, but you want to race at these circuits. You want to say that you've driven at Spa at the Belgian Grand Prix and you've battled someone up Eau Rouge. And I just feel like changing circuits is not really the way to go, because that's what the drivers want to do. They want to say they're competing at the best circuits with the best drivers. So as we see Sergio Perez, is he walking away from the garage or?
Just listening into Mercedes radio, and they're asking if Perez's car is allowed to compete. And if he has to start from the pit lane potentially, or following the regulations fairly. And the FIA is saying if they can get the car going, they have to start from the pit lane regardless. So he won't be starting from his. Yeah. So they've confirmed it there. The FIA said if the Perez team can fix his car, he will be allowed to compete in this race.
Wow. There we go.
So there we go. The clock is ticking, but we don't know what the time is on the clock for Perez to get this car going. But the clock's ticking, it's there. You just don't know what the time is.
So that was him walking back to the garage. He was probably on his way home to the airport, and they said, "No, Perez, you got to come back, turn around. There's a possibility you can race in the end." We're getting a note: race delayed due to weather conditions. Yes, we know, but of course we don't know the time limit right now as to when that will be. Possibility of going back out again. Normally, as we see the footage, sometimes of the safety car or the medical car going out, if they only go out for one lap, it means it's going to be, say, another 10 minutes longer. If it's the case where the safety car or the medical car stays out a little bit longer, does 2, 3, 4 laps, then they're then getting the reports back to race control or the FIA to say what the actual racetrack conditions are like. So if the safety car stays out a little bit longer than say 2 laps, for example, then there's the possibility that we can get the race going. If they literally go out and come straight back in again, as we saw earlier, that means we've got a while yet. But yeah, as we're seeing, still the drivers just chilling out with their mechanics, and obviously the people in the grandstands and outside just chilling out, getting absolutely soaked if you're still on that hill. Yeah,
I think we're safely in the zone now where this race will not go to full completion of the 44 laps. They were on that same radio call about Mercedes asking FIA about Perez's status in this race. They were asking about if this will be a timed race instead, which would mean
like what the W
no
Series
full completion.
does.
Yeah, no full completion of the 44 laps, only until a certain time where conditions will no longer be safe to race in, given visibility and light conditions. So this will make it a bit more of an interesting race, I should say, given that there's only a shorter amount of time in order to get what you want to accomplish done. But hopefully that's an indication, with that conversation going on, hopefully that's an indication that racing will resume, even though we've not been told a time as to when it will resume. Yeah, Red Bull are fully boarded up now. Got team radio now with Red Bull. Yeah. And the FIA are confirming once the weather calms down, the race will restart. And the stewards can't find a reason as to why Perez won't be allowed to start from the pit lane if they're able to fix the car. So there we go. Full confirmation then. Perez will be allowed to start from the pit lane so long as the Red Bull team can fix the car. And this race will eventually get underway so long as the weather lets up and allows them to race safely. So everyone keep your fingers crossed, keep your toes crossed, and hope that this race can get underway soon.
Just trying to see if there's any more updates from anywhere, but I can't see any notes at the minute. Looking on the actual Formula One page to say if there has been any updates from their side, but cannot see anything at the minute. So if you're still joining us on this red flag point where we haven't actually had any racing underway yet,
welcome to the Red Flag Podcast.
Welcome to basically the Let's Talk Sport podcast, where all we talk about is red flags and racing that hasn't taken place yet. So welcome if you've been with us from the beginning. Thank you very much for staying with us. If you've voted on the poll of who will win the Belgian Grand Prix, if there is a Belgian Grand Prix, thank you very much for doing that so far as well. Like I said,
your vote in the chat as well. Just put the name of the driver who you voted for, and if you want to put why as well, then go ahead.
Yeah.
Let's get a conversation going.
Yeah. If you've got any comments or anything you want to talk about, as Zach Brown and Daniel Ricciardo are having a bit of a giggle, thinking, what time are we going to get home tonight? It's obviously let us know about any conversations you want us to discuss in terms of your thoughts on any news stories in the Formula One paddock at the moment. Obviously we will do that, and hopefully, like Connor said, we will get an actual Belgian Grand Prix watch along going along, because we haven't had anything really as of yet. But let's wait and see. It looks like the McLaren team are having a bit of a conversation about something. Hopefully they're telling them that it's only 5 minutes to go. Daniel, drink that coffee. We got to go.
You got to go now, Daniel. He burns his tongue as he's going back to his car. Yeah, no.
Forget your crash helmet. Just get in the car. Get in the car.
Oh dear. So, yeah, Mick Schumacher's looking out on the track, and the fans as well. There's still a lot of sitting water on that track. You can see on the other side of it on the coverage just how much sitting water is there. You can see the reflection of the stand. It's a lot of water still there, and water appearing on the camera as well. So it's still, the rain is still going down there, but hopefully it gets to a point where it can let up and the drivers can race. suppose the team that we've not really talked about that much, only briefly, is Aston Martin. Sebastian Vettel's done well with the team over the past few weeks. Got the podium, of course, in Azerbaijan, and got the podium once more in Hungary, but it was taken away from him due to the low fuel load, and a good performance in qualifying yesterday to qualify in fifth. Do you think those like early worries on the season where they were complaining about the aero being different? Do you think that's in the past now for Aston Martin, Jack?
I think they have improved a lot more than where they were. Obviously, we had the first couple of races where both Mercedes and Aston Martin were going to the stewards, weren't they, in terms of how they felt unfairly treated with this new regulation change, with how well maybe they finished the season last year as Racing Point and then came into this year for testing. They looked off the pace. Mercedes also had a few issues in testing in Bahrain before the season started. Like I said, then they had these talks with the FIA, and obviously nothing came of it. But I think they've worked hard in terms of seeing what they can alter throughout the season this year to get differences. And of course that podium for Sebastian Vettel helped in Baku. Obviously Stroll's put in some good performances as well for Aston Martin this year. And I think as much as I'm disappointed as a Vettel fan to see that he didn't get that classification in Hungary. I think even if you look at it, it was still a great performance from Aston Martin and Vettel as well, even if they didn't get the points and the result in the end. Just to be that he was in second place was, I think, a good enough position. I think maybe it is something that they have to look into about if there are any issues with fuel in the future, because I think it is a silly thing to have a disqualification on. But of course that is the rules, so it has to be abided by. But I think Aston Martin as a whole, they've obviously, like I said, they've progressed this year, and I think if they can go into next year again on a good wave of the regulation change, and I think that's only going to help him. I think Vettel, of course, has helped with his experience. I think he's helping Lance Stroll as well going forward. I think it was a good purchase to bring in Vettel into the team. I think it is going to work, but of course the first half of the season didn't look like it was going to be a bit of a poor season, but they've obviously progressed a little bit better going into the second half. A bit like Williams, maybe they've had their own version of progression. So I think it's been good for Aston Martin, not great, but I think if they can continue to improve going into the rest of this year as well, and ultimately Vettel was disappointed with his qualifying performance yesterday, and he finished fifth. He felt he could have maybe beaten Daniel Ricciardo in fourth, or fought for Lewis Hamilton in third, and that says something considering where they were at the start of the season. So yeah, overall, I think they should be happy with where they are at the moment.
Yeah, I think so as well. They've done a decent, given how other teams around them have improved a lot, like Red Bull and McLaren. The points aren't easy to get, but you would think that Aston Martin should be able to get both of their cars in the top 10. And during the early parts of the season, it was a bit difficult for them, but they've managed to respond well.
Whoop.
And
did you see that bloke falling in the Red Bull?
Yes, I did. That's why I stopped talking.
He looked like that bloke in like when you get your order number at Argos, and he was running to find where the product was. It just looked a bit like that. He was like, they've obviously got a part they need to add on to that Red Bull car for Sergio Perez, and he went running into the back of the garage to try and get it as soon as possible.
And if he's running around for it, I'm taking as many positives as I can from this. If he's running around for it, that means time is at the essence, and we could potentially have the race started soon. I'm just going to keep on repeating that.
Just look at it in a positive view, in the positive way.
We could get back to racing soon because that guy was running around in the garage.
Yeah, the fact that he almost fell over means it's close.
But yeah, Aston Martin, they got some. They've managed to rebound well since the start of the season, and I think realistically, it might be difficult for them to push into that third spot in the constructors. But I think facing up against Alpine and AlphaTauri it's very possible for them to finish above all of those and finish fifth in the constructors at the very least. think that's a realistic goal for Aston Martin now for the rest of the season, as Daniel Ricciardo tries to take out one of his mechanics there in his own garage for some reason. I don't know why he was doing that, yeah.
He's going into WWE instead.
Yeah.
I was just trying to see. There was a little note on the system then from Pirelli. I'm just trying to see if I can get it back up. So the race officially started at 3 p.m. So this could be interesting in terms of how they get Sergio Perez in. So Pirelli Motorsport, in terms of their social media, put the race officially started at 3 p.m. and has to finish at 6 p.m. But it can get going at any point until then. So far, the rain is still coming down very hard at the Belgian Grand Prix. So, officially, it did start at 3 p.m. from their point of view, and it has to finish at 6 p.m.
So they got 2.5 hours to get it completed.
Yeah.
In essence, then, yeah.
Yeah. Somebody's put in the chat. Can you imagine if Can you imagine if Sergio Perez crashed again on the formation lap? Or it's just we don't want that. We don't want another red flag by an incident where someone crashes on the formation lap. Don't do it to us
this season, please. No.
Don't do it.
Let's have some clean racing. Let's have everyone finish for once. Get some points.
Just starting the race.
Even Perez start the race. For anyone that's interested in the football, Burnley are winning against Leeds, and Tottenham are winning against Watford in those games there.
Yeah, but
start talking about football.
Harry Kane's got a yellow card, so it basically means that he's still on no points for my fantasy football. So he can get in the.
And in the Old Firm derby up in Scotland earlier today, Rangers got a win against Celtic by 1-0. So early advantage there for Rangers in their ambitions to retain the Scottish Premiership. So good news for them. And Toto's talking to Sky here about penalties for Perez for not getting the car ready to start on the grid. So
here comes the tactics from Toto.
I think this season is, in recent years, the Red Bull Mercedes rivalry hasn't really been brought to the forefront because Red Bull haven't really taken that many points away from Mercedes in the constructors. But now this season, Jack, you've seen it really flourish between the two teams, especially in interviews as well, looking for any sort of little advantage that they can get.
And obviously that Christian Horner's been played as this like Bond villain in this Drive to Survive Netflix series. I dread to think what he's like in this season that we're going to see into March next year for this season that's being filmed now, the 2021 season, because obviously, like you said, the rivalry's been heightened with the performances that Red Bull have managed to do this year, and obviously the rivalry between Toto Wolff and Christian Horner has heightened as well. The confrontation they had after the Hungarian Grand Prix last time out, when they were both just one was going off the Sky the Sky interview and the other one was joining on. They had this like little look at each other, and you could just see like the friction they've got. And obviously, they are, I would say, like mutually respect each other. There's obviously some sort of maybe friendship in there as well. But I think when the rivalry heats up, it's like the racing drivers as well. They might be friends off the track, but as soon as that rivalry appears on it, they're just fully focused on that. So that has been quite good to see. So I would like to see what the documentary series next year is like. But Toto looks absolutely soaked. As we all see, the track as well is not really improving much, and what they've also stated is obviously the Belgian Grand Prix has great sort of like water circulation, so to get the water off the track, but that can only go so much when it's still raining. If we had a brief spell where it stopped raining, the water should be able to dissipate somewhere else, into the runoffs, into the grass, into the middle of the track areas where it's pumped out. But with the fact that it's still raining, it's not helping that one bit. As you see, they're all just like they're chilling out to watch a movie in the Alpine garage. Like, should we just stick a film on and watch something else? Or was that a selfie going on as well?
I think I might have got my timings wrong earlier when you were mentioning about Pirelli, because you said the race had to be finished by 6. That would be that'll be 6 o'clock race time. So that wouldn't be 2.5 hours time. That would be an hour and a half time, maybe.
Yeah, it might be. Is it 6 o'clock there? Correctly. If it's 6 o'clock there, then it's an hour and a half from now. Yeah.
Yeah, to finish the race, which would realistically we're looking at only an hour of Formula One racing.
Yeah.
So.
Is that FIA radio as well?
Yeah, McLaren's talking to FIA, talking about points potentially here. We already mentioned about the half point situation, and FIA are making the assumption that it is going to be half points on offer for this race if it does resume. So a race win plus, plus the quickest lap. I don't know if the quickest lap would still stay as an extra bonus point. But at the moment, the race win would only be 12.5 points.
Would they do half? Would they do half points?
I don't know if they do half points, but
would they do that half point? Hamilton wins the championship by half a point.
You get 25 points for a race win, don't you? So you split up into 12.5. So I don't know. Do you round it up to 13? I don't know. But yeah, I suppose that's the situation that we're facing now, and just waiting for the rain to let up. So hopefully we get an hour at least of racing. But as the clock ticks on, and I think if we get to the top of the hour, Jack, I think we could be in a situation where this race gets cancelled, because I'm not too sure if many teams will be happy with just racing out there for a couple of laps and getting half the points for simply what might turn out to be a wet sprint race, really, in essence, because of the timing on offer.
And of course, if they get any damages to their car, the cost on that, is it worth going out for half points? Obviously the teams have to be unanimous. If one team doesn't bother, then that's their own fault. The teams have to be unanimous on their decision on what they want to do, I feel like, in terms of the safety. As much as obviously the fans have come out to watch racing, ultimately is a safety is priority. So they obviously look at the drivers, the marshals, the fans who are maybe on the side of the track as well if there was an incident going forward. So and obviously a lot of it has to do with that, and obviously there's still the delay due to the weather conditions. The drivers and the teams obviously don't want to go all that way to Belgium to not race at all, but it does come down to a safety issue if it is the case where the race is sort of suspended or off altogether. So I mean, nobody wants that, but like I said, I think you're right. If it comes to 4 o'clock local or 5 o'clock, local time, 4 o'clock our time, and there isn't any racing that's taken place at all, or like the safety car hasn't come out at all to do a few laps, then that's when we could be at a situation where they won't want to bother to go out. As it always seems to be funny watching drivers and everything when they do when red flags are going on. So Kimi's just chilling out. Daniel Ricciardo's with his engineers watching something on his phone. Fernando Alonso's having a bit of a giggle while still drinking another coffee. I hope he's not fully wired after 3 coffees already. That could be an issue.
Although Fernando Alonso, tier point Fernando Alonso at the highest peak, we got an example of that last time out at Hungary, defending beautifully against Lewis Hamilton. Just prime Alonso back on our screens, Jack. Beautiful to watch. And
we saw him do an amazing job in that sprint race. So he might be quite happy to do a sprint race, to be honest. He made so many places in that one at Silverstone. So they talked about that. Would people be a little bit more cautious if this was the start? Everyone being a bit more tentative, not wanting to do any dives. Fernando Alonso will be the complete opposite of that. He will sense that maybe some others are cautious, and he will try and take them places on the start, as we see him again with the engineers. But for me, Fernando Alonso, it's great to see him back in the sport. He's hungry. He still wants to win. He still wants to help Alpine progress. I think it's a little bit disappointing that he is unable to compete at Indianapolis, but of course he wasn't able to this year with his contract with Alpine. It's not the same as what it was with McLaren, where they allowed him to go out and do different events. But of course, he's obviously happy to do that to sign another year for next year as well. So I think it's good. I think Alpine have got a good lineup for next year with Ocon and Alonso. I also think Daniel Ricciardo will be better next year. So Daniel Ricciardo and Lando Norris, as he keeps progressing, is another great lineup. So I think that's something Mercedes have to look at, as well as we go back to the sort of Bottas-Russell debate. I think that's something that they've got to look at when other teams have really got strong lineups going forward. I think Ferraris is super underrated. I think obviously people mention Charles Leclerc, but for me, Carlos Sainz is a really underrated Formula One driver, and maybe doesn't get as much credit as he deserves. So I think Ferrari have got a great lineup going forward as well.
Oh, they're moving the boards. Sorry, Jack, to interrupt you. They are moving the boards at Perez's garage, and it looks as like they have fixed the car. The front wing is going on the car, Jack. If this race resumes, it looks as though Perez will be starting from the pit lane, which, following that crash on the way to the grid, you would not have thought at all. But then it seems as though the stars have aligned for Red Bull today, and if this race resumes, it will be a huge boost for them in the constructors to have both cars on the grid.
Of course, and you see the FIA are in there as well, and obviously they have to be happy with the decision and the way that the car's been fixed again. The FIA have to be happy to allow the car to compete again. So they're obviously there as we see the weather radar, and that looks atrocious. And that's going into, is that 4:30? Or is that like an old one? I can't remember from the actual weather graphic.
Well, it's 4:30 there now in Belgium, isn't it?
Yeah,
so I think it might be up to date.
Yeah, past, and maybe looking as Mick Schumacher again. Maybe he's trying to get a word in about a possible move. I think he is actually just looking at the weather screens, but it is making me laugh that he just keeps popping up at the McLaren pit wall. But the fans are still happy, but I think they're a little bit more happier because they're in the grandstand and they're not getting as soaked as the people on the hill. Sergio Perez is thanking absolutely everybody that he made a bit of a mess of the formation lap all the way to the grid, and they've managed to fix his car in time. But what's that? That's an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours that they've had to fix that car. So great job by the mechanics. Obviously was a bigger job than the one that Verstappen did in Hungary a couple of years ago or last year. But great job by the mechanics to do that, as they're all patting each other on the back. Huge performance, because that car looks spick and span, looks brand new. So yeah, huge performance by them. And let's see if the racing can get underway. I'd feel a bit sorry for them if the racing then was suspended or was off after that huge work that they've done to get that car ready. But we'll see if any more announcements come out from the FIA about that. But Christian Horner will certainly be happy with the possibility of both cars maybe getting in some points, even if it's just half points.
Yeah, when that car was being taken out of the wall, you saw the front right tyre. It was completely off its axle and completely off the suspension. So it's a fantastic job from the Red Bull team to get that car in working order and potentially get Perez on the track to try and pick up some points from the back of the grid. As we get an image of Carlos Sainz just resting his eyes at the back of the Ferrari garage. So every single driver's got their own little way of how they try and relax during these off periods. Carlos Sainz is having a bit of a rest in his eyes, and Ricciardo's watching what probably is some clips on his phone with the garage and laughing at that. So everyone's got their own little way, including the fans who have they're still bouncing their umbrellas up and down in the air and keeping their bodies moving. Some of them are doing some of them look like they're doing the Macarena. They're doing all this stuff and all that, sitting down in the stands. So I don't know. Yes, absolutely crazy scenes in Belgium today with the weather and everyone else doing their thing to keep warm in this weather, especially all the Max Verstappen fans that have made the journey from the Netherlands to come and watch Verstappen potentially reclaim the top spot in the Drivers' Championship. I suppose one thing to note as well is, what's going on here? Max Verstappen is chilling out in the garage on his own. That's how he prepares for the race. He doesn't want to snooze. He doesn't want to be around anyone. He just wants to be on his own. Perez is chilling out with his mechanics, thanking them, probably having a little bit of a pep talk before going out there again.
He looks like a lost boy on his own.
Yeah. He looked so sad.
He did look sad.
Why is no one talking to him?
He did look sad.
Oh,
That's
poor
harsh.
man.
I've just got some points on the F1 side. So obviously the race was scheduled to start at 3 o'clock local time, and obviously that it's way past that now. So that was the main time. Obviously the race would start 2 o'clock here, 3 o'clock local time. The official race clock has now ticked down to about 1 hour 26, and this was about 25 past 4. So obviously we're closer to 1 hour, say 1 hour 15 now. It'll be more likely than this is a timed race, as Conor has mentioned as well, rather than reaching the maximum lap count. But obviously there's no further updates. And then they've obviously gone on to say the issues we're coming back tomorrow, which has obviously been suggested, are more logistical. So obviously, as we've mentioned as well, with another race scheduled for next weekend, the teams have to break down their garages and their equipment onto the lorries to send them out to get to the Dutch Grand Prix in time for Thursday. Add in, of course, that they need to find enough marshals if they were to have a race tomorrow, who are normally volunteers. So it's obviously an extra day off work. Broadcast schedules as well. Racing tomorrow is more unlikely than trying to reschedule it for another date at the end of the year. So it is very much, if we don't get this race on in the next hour or so, at least have some racing at all, then it would be off altogether and scheduled for another time. But we're still obviously waiting for updates as we see more fans dancing outside. I suppose you've got to do something. The chip van's probably run out of chips by now, so there's not much else.
I'm pretty certain they must be playing the Macarena over the tannoy in Belgium, because everyone seems to be doing it for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know if I'd
be harsh, but I'd be playing like Rihanna, Umbrella or something just to annoy her.
So cliche.
Just put all them terrible songs about rain on. That'd be just me.
The rain.
As I'm sitting in my nice warm booth having a cup of coffee. That'd be me.
Oh dear.
So a couple of comments on there. What is the delay time, guys, and when's the race restarting? Basically, we're talking nonsense because we have absolutely no idea when the race is going to start. The note on the the FIA is terms of the race is delayed due to weather conditions. I think it was about 40 minutes ago that the safety car came out. Just to have a couple of, I think it had one lap, or the medical car had one lap.
I think it was less than that. I think it was about 20 minutes ago, 25 minutes ago.
It feels long.
Yeah.
But obviously the race is delayed, obviously due to the weather conditions, and we haven't been given an update yet as to when that might change. So at the moment, it just says race is obviously delayed, but we're getting to 1 hour 20, 1 hour 15 left in terms of the race clock to get anything underway. If it gets to 6 o'clock local time, then the race won't, or if we get close to that, I think if we get to 5:30 and still nothing has happened, then it will be the case where probably the race is suspended. But I think you're right, Connor. I think they're playing the Macarena because the way that they're all dancing. That guy eating a banana in a yellow rain mac is that's great. I love it.
Yeah, I think it's got to the point now where everyone's just doing their job to try and keep themselves warm in those stands, dancing all sort of moves to keep themselves warm. Although it is fantastic to see that, even though we've got no racing so far today and that the weather is raining, that there's plenty of smiles on the faces of people in the stands, and that they're enjoying themselves at the very least, in their own entertainment and dancing and things like that, and bouncing their umbrellas and twirling them around to try and keep themselves warm. Great to see that people are still making the most of the day.
Somebody's just done a party popper. I don't know why. I've just seen some confetti pop out. That's brilliant. I'm just trying to see if there's any other notes. No, nothing else. So I don't know whether, from our point of view, Connor, if we take like a 5-minute.
Yeah, I think we can take a 5-minute break and just refresh at the moment. So if we say we come back before the top of the hour, maybe, or as race resumes, we can come back. But I think we'll come back. Maybe we'll take a 5-10 minute break and then resume the stream again, just so that we
Yes.
can
So
refresh a little, because we have been sitting here for a bit. Even though we have plenty to talk about, we can go through it all again.
yeah. So what we'll
No
do
problem at
then?
all.
I think it's 1:45 at the minute. So if we go, I'll put it back on the sort of screen before the stream starts. So if we come back maybe at 5:02, and obviously come back on, and any more comments you want to put in, please put any more comments on. As soon as we get back, obviously we'll discuss obviously some more, any notes that we see, obviously if the racing gets going or any points like that, then we'll highlight that as well. But we'll probably take a 5-minute break then, yeah, we'll be back on in a minute. So yeah, we'll be back. We'll be back hopefully with some promise of actual racing going on. Let's hope. Right, hello everybody. We are back. We've had a bit of a break. If you're just tuning in to the Let's Talk Sport live watch along of the Belgian Grand Prix, I'm not sure because the race probably would have finished by now if it was that we'd started at 2 o'clock. But we are here, we are back. No racing has taken place. We've had a couple of formation laps. The medical car's been out a couple of times and straight back in. But officially, I don't know. Well, officially, have we or have we not? That's still a discussion, as Connor's just said before we've gone back on. Has the race officially started yet? We are not sure. But of course, it was meant to be 44 laps of this Belgian Grand Prix, and we were just about an hour and 4 minutes until that's the last time that we can actually start racing. I think 6 o'clock local time from where they are would be when the race can get underway. So it might be that we not have any racing going on at Spa on this day, as we see still the rain coming down at the circuit, Spa-Francorchamps. But Connor, we've obviously just had a nice break, had a drink, stretched our legs a little bit because we have been here a while now, since 1:30 our time.
Yeah, I was looking on social media, and the Perez crash occurred 2 hours ago. That's how long we've been talking. It's been a long time. Hence why we had to have the break, just to stretch the legs in case we do get underway racing. We do want to try and give you as much coverage as possible. Be with you with this watch along, and we are prepared as well just to go over any topics again that we have already discussed. We've already talked about the situation at Mercedes and Red Bull, with Perez getting a new contract, and of course the Mercedes situation between Bottas and Russell. What else we talked about? Talked about Alpine, talked about Aston Martin. We haven't really touched on Ferrari, but I'm not too certain there's any real talking points to talk about Ferrari at the moment. They've been just, improving slightly and doing well. And McLaren, of course, big weekend for Ricciardo if they're able to get racing again. And of course, Williams absolutely flying at the moment, given the performance of George Russell in qualifying yesterday with a P2 at the moment on the grid. And imagine if he finishes P2 now with the shortage of laps. Oh my. That'll be an incredible podium for George Russell to have on his career so early on in the Williams as well. Seen a few things on the chat as well, saying that's where we stand in terms of the Perez repair. Of course, now the FIA have said that there's nothing in the regulations that states that Perez can't start this race from the pit lane, because we haven't had the 5 red lights or things like that. And just watching the coverage as well whilst we were off the air shortly there, they were talking about how the race would begin, and they think it's going to be a rolling start from when the safety car goes into the pit lane following 2 formation laps. So on top of the 2 formation laps that we've already had, with the cars going out beforehand, before the red flag was shown and the race was brought to a halt, we would therefore have 4, or no, probably 5 if you take into account the lap to the grid as well. 5 laps of no racing on these tyres, although they could have changed them in the pit lane under the red flag, but nevertheless 5 laps on these engines before we've actually had any sort of competitive racing without the safety car being involved. So we've got the countdown now here on the coverage of just over an hour left to complete this Belgian Grand Prix. So there we go. We got an hour pretty much of time for which this race can be completed. So we'll be here for the very least for another hour talking about Formula One, I think. So let us know your opinions. We've got 200 votes, I see, in the chat on the who will win the Belgian Grand Prix. which started 4 hours ago. Max Verstappen takes the way with 49% of the vote. Lewis Hamilton follows with 25, and then we've got 26.
Part of that was you.
I voted for other as well, because I think if this race does resume, the weather conditions always make it for a crazy finish. we could potentially see an unlikely driver finishing on the podium. And I think it could be a very similar situation to what we had in Hungary a couple of weeks ago with Esteban Ocon picking up his first win. I think we could have another driver get an unlikely win in this race due to the conditions out on track. So, yeah, big news as well. Perez is starting this race, should it resume from the pit lane, which was something that was not in the realms of possibility 2 hours ago when he crashed into the wall and had to get that front wing replaced. So yeah, this is a crazy race without actually having any racing, which is surprising.
Yeah, I was just going to say the fact that we actually haven't gone racing yet, but there's already like talking points throughout, does of course say a lot about it so far. So yeah, obviously, it is now under an hour that we've still got left of this possibility of a race. So again, that's something else that needs to be brought up. Can actually any racing really get underway in this next hour? There's obviously the revised calendars being highlighted as well. If it is the case that the race gets delayed, is there another time that we can maybe slot the Belgian Grand Prix in? There's obviously that to be confirmed that's there sometime in November. But as Conor mentioned earlier, I think that would be actually quite a difficult thing to do, just because having a European race in between the Americas and the sort of Middle East is quite a difficult thing to slot the F1 teams to do. So that in itself isn't a difficult thing. So yeah, it might be that if we don't have a race here today, that maybe the Belgian Grand Prix doesn't get completed. But yeah, obviously we've still got just under an hour to go for the possibility of having that race. So we will of course wait and see. As it looks like the medical car is going round at the moment.
So fingers crossed. Fingers crossed, everyone. Everyone, toes and fingers crossed. Come on, guys. We need a collective effort here. Hopefully, this car goes around, and they are happy with the conditions, but it is sliding around a little bit. So
maybe not.
Maybe not. Yeah, as it comes down the main straight now after the Rouge corner, which of course had the big incident yesterday with Lando Norris crashing in Q3 and missing out on an opportunity to finish higher up in the top 10 and taking a grid penalty as a result of the components changes that he needed in order to compete in this race. He starts in P15 should the race go underway. Bottas, of course, has got the grid penalty as well from the collisions in Hungary, as does Lance Stroll and Kimi Räikkönen as well. He's starting from the pit lane should the race get underway due to a rear wing change, I believe.
I tell you what,
as the safety car's going nicely round in
he's
sector
riding
2,
them curbs.
He is. He's going nicely round sector 2. Be interesting to see.
The problem is, and something you brought up earlier in the stream, was that the spray actually doesn't look too bad, even down the main straight. But of course, the medical car isn't as fast as there's a Ferrari FIA radio. So I don't know if you want to try and pick that up, or have you heard what that was, or?
They were talking about the time limit as to when the race would be completed, and it is the 3 hour time limit. So they were confirming that we are in the time limit now of when this race can be done. If it's not started by 6, then that's it.
Yeah.
The race won't be started, and everyone will have to move on.
But yeah, in terms of the spray, obviously, it is picking up a little bit, but with the speed difference come from the medical car to the F1 cars, you put an F1 car out there and the people behind, even Max Verstappen at the front, George Russell, for example, they're not going to see. So anything behind the rest of them is going to be, still pretty difficult. So none of them really look, even though the medical car's out there, none of them, Christian Horner's chilling out with Max Verstappen now, none of them really don't look like they're rushing to get anything sorted. I think maybe it was just a little bit of a race and a game with the Red Bull mechanics when we saw that bloke falling over earlier to get that part. Maybe he was given a chance to get it in within 3 minutes or so they were having their own little game. But of course, it doesn't look like there's anything coming in yet. The worry is, Connor, and I think you might be a little bit ahead of me, is the medical car going to come straight back in? If it comes straight back in, we're not going to go racing for a while. Is he still...
I was waiting for you to see, because this is exciting.
Oh my God, he's staying out.
This is the most exciting thing that we've had. I didn't want to spoil it for you. I didn't want to spoil the excitement.
My Lord, we're seeing a second lap. This is unbelievable.
What a beautiful racing line here by the medical car. That's for certain.
Can we get an onboard?
Up it goes Rouge, and it's taking that nice line, even if it is slower.
Yeah.
And I think the fans are cheering it as it goes past, because not really had much else to cheer about. But I suppose that is a bit of a good sign that the safety car's not coming in straight away. It wants a second look at the conditions.
Yeah.
It's not definite that racing can't go ahead right now. I suppose this is probably the most key moment of the race, because if we can start race again, we would need a little bit of extra time in order to allow the drivers to get ready to go. Suppose this is a very key moment in the race itself. Is what does this safety car think of the conditions, if it's safe to go back out there? So maybe we will get a determination as to whether or not we can go racing in maybe in a matter of minutes, really, and see if we can get going. As the Sky coverage is wondering if the safety stewards in the medical car are on Instagram for some reason. I don't know why.
It does look a bit like
probably
that.
Because they were looking through their phone. I suppose they've not really had much else to talk about, really. Fair play to the Sky Sports team for doing the best that they can to try and
I tell you what, it's pretty easy for Channel 4's coverage tonight, isn't it? Channel 4's highlights program is going to be pretty easy tonight.
In 10 seconds, there was no race. Thank you for watching, and that'll be it. Roll credit.
I have to put a replay program on.
Someone was mentioning giving half refunds to the fans that came out today. I think they will get another race ticket. I don't think they'll be given half refunds. I think they'll give another race ticket to attend another event.
In fact, that you haven't seen
at
anything,
some point.
Really.
Yeah, a bit unfair to them just to give half refunds. I'm sure the representatives of the Belgian race would give them a fair offer for the lack of racing today. Someone's asking, what's the circuit aside from Spa that's in the middle of a forest? Well, Monza's in a bit of a forest, isn't it? Although that might be a bit more trees being planted rather than being in the middle of a forest.
Yeah, I'm just trying. Hockenheim's a little. Is it Hockenheim? One of the German races has got one.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to go through the calendar. That's a good question.
The Brazil race is kind of like a bit of a hilly landscape, bit of a different landscape rather than your traditional modern day racetrack than what you see nowadays. If you look at the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix and you look at the Brazilian Grand Prix, they're two completely different races because of the altitudes and the different style of racing that's required.
Austria?
Yeah, Austria, you could say as well, given the fact that it's in the middle of a mountain range. Commentate on the medical cars, please, at the very least. Okay, we're seeing a replay now. The medical car flashing its lights and its window wipers, and now it's coming down the straight in the second sector, I do believe.
Connor, can I just say, for an F1 stream, the fact that you got excited then when you said the medical car's got its windscreen wipers on, I think says a great deal of what we've had to endure today, to be honest.
Let's cut away from the medical car to show Fernando Alonso in the garage with his hat on. As we are at 50 minutes to go with left in this race. So I think we are very much at that point where we are commentating on the safety car as it comes down to sector 2, and it's cut away again from safety car, and it's gone to an interview with Daniel Ricciardo.
Oh, we want to know if it stays out in another lap.
they're just interviewing Daniel Ricciardo, asking if he's had fun trying to encourage people to do a Mexican wave in the crowd. It's fair play to the fans. They made the most of it today. Although I think I would be a bit gutted that I've not been able to see any racing today.
Yeah.
It very much looks as though we've got to that point, unfortunately.
Also, I can see a comment from Joel. Joel, I can't believe you're still awake, man. What's going on? I'm watching it live. Goodness me. What time is it right now?
Great effort. Well done there, Joel.
Joe's put, who's better, Toto or Christian Horner? Ooh, good question. If you were a driver, which one would you rather have as your boss?
I don't know. I'm not too sure.
I feel like I'm a Toto man for some reason.
Yeah.
I do like I don't know. Not to say I don't like Christian, but I feel like maybe Toto.
They've both got. It's a difficult one. I think they both got their benefits, really. You know, earlier in the season, Christian Horner was shown that he was prepared to take risks. You know, you think back to the French Grand Prix, how difficult of a decision it was for Max Verstappen to pit again, to go on to another set of mediums when Hamilton was right behind him and overtaking him, and he had to do the chase again to try and overtake him once more to finish the race first. That was a great strategy by him. But then, you know, Toto and Mercedes have had their own great points in the season as well so far, and that's why it's been so exciting this season at the top, because we've got two teams that are very competitive, two drivers as well that are very competitive and willing to do whatever it takes to try and win the race, and that's why it's so great to watch this season, and why we mentioned earlier on the stream that we don't want any regulation changes because it could affect it all.
Yeah, it could be terrible racing next year if that is the case. But yeah, obviously, hopefully going into 2022, that is another comment on there. Your thoughts on the Perez repair if he does get underway and is allowed to race, Connor? I mean, your thoughts on that?
Yeah.
Is it anything that you feel maybe is a bit harsh on all the other drivers, or?
Yeah, we already mentioned it quite a few times. I think as long as the FIA has not seen anything wrong with it, then it's fine. I mean, we've only had the 2 laps and under the red flag as well. Teams can change their tyres, put on fresh tyres for the wet race, and we've got to have another formation laps as well. So I imagine every single one of the teams on the grid has changed their tyres anyway. And with the fact that Perez's car is ready to go, and we will get to formation laps should the race resume, then all things are level, in my opinion, and it's fair for Perez to race in that essence there with further thought on it, really, as things have developed throughout the afternoon, with the Red Bull team doing a great job to repair that car for it to race should we get a race. But at the moment it's not looking likely, because Daniel Ricciardo's having a very long interview here with Sky Sports and is in no rush to get back to his car to resume racing.
And the worrying thing is that we haven't seen the medical car, so he's probably gone back in now as well. we haven't seen any promise of that again. So hopefully it is still out there, but obviously we're not seeing it on the live feed from Sky Sports. Maybe they might cut to it now after the interview with Daniel Ricciardo. If it cuts to just some other place, then we are maybe a little bit more concerned. So no pressure if it does cut to it or not, but they're taking the time, which is a bit worrying. Oh no. They're just showing other clips. With the note of race delay due to weather conditions. Obviously, there's Pete Bonington, Lewis Hamilton's race engineer. But I feel like, what is it, 45 minutes maybe, local time from them until the 6 o'clock deadline. So, yeah, I mean, it is going to be very difficult. Interestingly, I was going to say we haven't seen Lewis Hamilton. That doesn't look like Lewis Hamilton back there, does it? Or is it?
No, I didn't think it was Lewis Hamilton, despite the graphic popping up. I think they just brought up the garage. They brought up the graphic because it was in the Mercedes garage. But here we go. Safety car going around the track. Let's go. I suppose the more times it goes around the track, the more likely we are. Oh, it's going to the pits.
Oh,
Oh my goodness.
I was literally just
Hey,
about to do.
good news. The man at the top of the crane's still there.
Hey,
Yay!
I was literally just about to do like what they do to Martin Brundle. I was like, okay, Connor, take us through this lap, and then he went in the pits. So yeah, I mean that guy's having a good time considering. I don't know if his camera's actually working at this point, if anybody's actually told him it broke 2 hours ago. The rain killed it 2 hours ago. Nobody's told him, but he's having a good time up there. So
Yeah. Lando Norris still very comfortable in his team garage.
also, if you are interested in football, Burnley and Leeds finished 1-1, with Tottenham winning 1-0. So Tottenham are currently top of the table, which hurts very much. And of course, Harry Kane got 0 points for me yet again. So very good job for Harry there. Thank you very much. The only consolation is Patrick Bamford scored in the last minutes for Leeds, which helped me. So thank you very much, Patrick, but not so much Harry.
Yeah, Anthony Davis on the Sky coverage is saying that the FIA's got to be sensible with their decision here. Of course, we already had the incident yesterday with Lando Norris and how the weather affects the car. And there's still, as we see on the pictures, plenty of sitting water on the track as well. So, yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to be the bringer of bad news, but I feel like, we're not going to see much now. I'd be very surprised if we saw anything that came out of this now in terms of racing with just over.
It's such a shame it's such a shame for the likes of George Russell, Daniel Ricciardo, Sebastian Vettel, Pierre Gasly, that all had great qualifying yesterday, that they're not able to capitalise on it and bring some points in for their teams and their respective goals in the Drivers' Championship. So, yeah, but safety has to come first in all aspects. And if the FIA decides that it's not safe to race, then unfortunately we're not going to get a race today.
Somebody's put, has the race still not started? No.
Nope.
No.
And the tents are still up on the above the car.
Yeah.
And,
the rain's still coming down.
They don't sound very optimistic on Sky at all. That is going to resume, unfortunately. But we'll stay on until we get some sort of confirmation that the race is going to be cancelled or suspended.
I feel like it should be maybe half-past or maybe, even though that it would still be half an hour, I feel like if you know what the weather's going to be like, say, and it's going to be exactly the same for the next 30 minutes past that point, I think it's letting people know so they're not standing out in the weather hoping that something's going to happen maybe. I feel like maybe they need to let us know one way or the other soon enough, because I do feel a bit sorry for the people that are sitting on that hill who are absolutely drenched, just praying that they see some sort of Formula One action today.
Seeing a couple of fans already depart. Mercedes team radio now. They've said to the FIA that they're freezing and they want to go warm up. For some reason, they called the FIA to say that. Now we've got the Macarena going on in the Alpine garage, so there we go. Mercedes as well asking if they can ask their pit wall to stand down for 10 minutes, and the FAA have said yes. So that is not confident at all. I don't know. Yeah, it's like we were mentioning earlier. What is the reason to go out racing for 20 minutes when the cost of that 20 minutes could be astronomical. Say if you were the unfortunate victim of something similar to what we had last time out in Hungary, where you just get a bit of contact on your front wing and then suddenly you have to go and replace it, or you get a component failure from going out there again in these conditions, and it causes an impact. So
I think that's the issue with it, like, especially if it's only like half points as well, and it's not worth it, venturing out there to have a possible incident or issues. So we did get a green flag earlier, but that was green lights earlier, but that was just for the formation laps. Obviously, that's the thing that's been brought up, is have we actually gone racing? And I think Michael Massey said, well, as long as the lights go green. But the lights went green, but the lights only went green for a formation lap. So is that a difference to an actual race, or?
Well, you could make the case then, well, if that formation lap counts, then why doesn't every formation lap count? And that's the thing. You could say it's race conditions, which would therefore affect. It could affect the likes of Perez, but FIA has already said that, they've looked in the rules and there's nothing to say that Perez can't race, despite the fact that he didn't take part in the formation lap, But then I suppose that could be expanded out to almost every driver then from now on. As long as they start from the pit lane, if they don't take part in the formation lap, then they can have that extra time, that extra minute and a bit. But how much of a difference that makes, I don't know.
I think
we're very little.
Yeah, because I think we're in the very much the unknown anyway now, because obviously this isn't something that normally happens.
I mean, from your recollection, Jack, what has been the shortest F1 race that you can remember? Is it just simply, one of the quicker tracks on the circuit, like Austria and things like that, or is it just anything else similar to this occasion that you can recall?
Yeah, nothing's normally nothing's really springing to mind that would be like one of the shortest races. Of course, if we exclude the one we had in Silverstone, which was just a sprint qualifying race, because I think like what they normally do is they balance it out. So obviously like Austria and Monaco and things like that, it's like 70 laps, for example, and here it's only 44, but that's just because of the mile radius of each circuit is different, so they alter it. So normally they're all based reasonably around the same times compared to like how long it takes to get around the circuit, depending on how many lap counts they add. So I think normally they're all pretty much the same. It's only like if there has been sort of like delays in the past, so like Malaysia, for example, that was brought up earlier in 2009. They had to accept half points at that point because they couldn't start the racing again. So it could be, I don't remember anything since Malaysia that's been a huge issue like this, because of course Canada 2011 was the longest race, or one of the longest races, because obviously they continued that as they went forward. They managed to get that race going again. But yeah, I don't think anything really until that point. Normally everything's pretty straightforward, to be honest, in terms of FIA and Formula One, and they managed to get the racing across the line and at least start it. But it's just a strange feeling to be waiting, because normally what happens is we have a red flag, as the race has started, middle of the race, maybe before, like we had one in Baku this year, there was red flag with like 3 laps to go, I think. So we've always had these instances, during a race. It's a weird one to have like this red flag and the racing hasn't actually started. We've had that on the screen here, 1 of 44 has been sitting there for almost 3 hours now, because we haven't really got underway. So
I've just decided to look up on the evermost reliable source of all sorts of information, that is Wikipedia, to try and find what is the shortest race ever in Formula One history. And we have to go back to 1991, the Australian Grand Prix, which was only 24 minutes long, 14 laps, abandoned after lap 16 due to heavy rain.
Right.
So obviously that's a bit of a different scenario than what we've got here, because we haven't even started racing yet and there's been heavy rain.
Yeah.
But 14 laps, it looks as though it's the shortest race ever in Formula One history. I don't know if that's actually true or not, but I think we're at that range now, Jack. I think it'll be very difficult to try and squeeze 14 laps
at least.
in
Yeah,
this race.
yeah.
And then you have to think: is it valid then to give half points for even 14 laps of a 44-lap race?
This is I was gonna say this is a problem because they brought it up, wasn't it? Like 33 laps or something, maybe would be half points or anything less than. But yeah, I mean, how do they do it? Is it literally because at this point it might be less than a sprint race than we had at Silverstone? What was the sprint race? 15 or 18 or something? Was it?
It was more than that. I think it was 20, something like
Was
that.
it?
Yeah.
So even that, I don't think we'd be managed to fill in because, like you said, by the time the drivers have got suited up and ready to go in their cars, that's maybe 10 minutes. And then you've got to go back up and maybe do a formation lap or a couple of other laps after that. That's another 10 minutes maybe. So that would be, I mean, we'd be looking at quarter to 6, 10 to 6 local time. Well, that's only 10 minutes really. I mean, I know you said you can get the racing as long as the racing is underway by 6 o'clock. But, I mean, we need to see something, I would say, in the next 15, 20 minutes or so that would make me feel like something is going to happen. But I think that the fact that Sky have put a piece of programming on that was shown earlier, I think says a great deal of how they feel like this is going to go.
The sprint race was 17 laps around Silverstone,
right?
With 0 pit stops, which we will get something similar to that, I think, very much if we are able to get racing. So everyone will be on the fresh wets or intermediates, depending on if the conditions improve. But that's what we'll get. But the clock is ticking now, half an hour to go. I feel like I'm on deadline day talking about, will they start racing? Will they not?
I tell you what, though, that's a very nice Jordan.
Oh, yeah. Talking about the Jordan car that Michael Schumacher debuted in his Formula One career.
Very nice.
And Mick Schumacher had the pleasure of driving it around not too long ago. I'm not sure what circuit it was.
I think it was.
He drove it around. They haven't shown it yet.
Maybe. I'm not 100%, but yeah, that is a very nice looking Formula One car that they've got there. Very much like the spoiler at the front wing looks very much what like maybe they're going towards for 2022 as well in terms of the arc that it's got on it, which is interesting. Maybe like a homage back to that point. But yeah, nice to see obviously Mick Schumacher having a chance to drive Michael Schumacher's old Jordan there, and when they showed the programming yesterday, obviously it was highlighted that he'd actually never seen that car in real life before as well, so that was a nice thing for Mick Schumacher to see as well. So very nice moment obviously for Mick Schumacher, who is progressing nicely in Formula One this year. Obviously very difficult with the car that he's got, along with his teammate Mazepin this year, but I think the experience he's going to get this year is only going to help, hopefully, if Haas progress a little bit in their going into 2022 in terms of their engineering and making sure the car is better for next year. Then hopefully we'll see a better, more improved driver lineup for Haas and get maybe the chance of at least having the opportunity to score points. Might be something which will help Mick Schumacher, because it must be a weird feeling as an F2 driver who are so much used to winning to then being at the back of a Formula One grid having to watch out for blue flags. So
there was a podcast recently on the F1 Nation podcast. They had Eddie Jordan on talking about this car here and the situation with Michael Schumacher back in 1991. I recommend anyone that hasn't listened to it yet go listen to it, because he tells a great story about how they negotiated the situation with Michael Schumacher after that fantastic performance in his opening race in that Jordan, and the aftermath of that, and how essentially how Michael Schumacher in that drive there saved the Formula One team and made it what we know what it is today, really. So I recommend, if anyone's not listened to that F1 Nation podcast, go listen to it, because it's a great chat with Eddie Jordan explaining how everything unfolded from before that race and then after that race with Michael Schumacher, if anyone's interested in that.
Well, obviously there's a Michael Schumacher documentary that's coming out in next month.
On Netflix, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
That should be a great watch as well. Yeah. Um,
Just trying to see if there's any talk, because obviously Sky have gone on to do showing this.
yeah, done this mini clip of.
So I've got here a weather update will be provided at 17:45 local time. So in about 15 minutes, there's a note on the F1 website to say that a weather update will be provided at that point. So I've got the pit lane fills up with amateur weather reporters, but word reaches us that there are a couple of breaks in the weather and one of them isn't that far away. Once these cars are running, they will clear some of the standing water. It's getting those first few laps completed, that is the issue, without any red flags. Given the length of the delay today, a safety car start is almost guaranteed. So they're all talking about the possible breaks in the weather now, and there might be one that's opening up. So obviously that's the reason why there's a weather update provided at 17:45. I can see that there will be a safety car start at like 1 minute to 6, just to say we as long as we start the race at 6. But there is a possibility, an update from race control, a quarter of an hour to wait until a weather report, and hopefully a window to get some racing in. But obviously, what Otmar said earlier was that as long as the racing starts at 6, they could, realistically race until 8 o'clock. In terms of like the light that they've got, but it's just whether we can get that opportunity going.
Fingers crossed. Hopefully.
I feel like it would be a bit harsh that we've done the stream now, Formula One. At least give us a bit of racing. We worked hard now.
Gives a little bit. Although we do have we've got the of course this is a part of a triple header with Dutch Grand Prix and the Italian Monza Grand Prix as well coming up. So we won't have to wait long for racing again if nothing takes place today. But hopefully we do get a little bit of racing today, even if it is just under 20 laps or so.
Yeah, and let's hope that it doesn't rain in the Dutch Grand Prix. I don't know what the weather report's like there next weekend, but hopefully.
Yeah, we've had our fill of wet races now this season. Everything else, please be dry.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind.
Let us have the racing.
I wouldn't mind a dry race now. Normally, I'm like, a wet race could really help, but the amount of issues we've had with that.
It's when you don't get one for a long time. You really want one, but now we've had Imola. Yeah, we've had Imola. We had the Hungary Grand Prix. We've had this one today. Have we had any others? Don't think so. Trying to remember if we had.
Oh, is it?
No.
The event countdown clock has been stopped to try and complete a 1-hour race. Well, that's interesting. That's the note I've got on here.
Yeah. So 1-hour race. Slim chance, they're saying on Sky. And that the forecast is saying that the rain's going to let up briefly which could potentially allow racing. And I think it was as you mentioned, as the cars go around the track, the standing water will be removed from it to allow quick racing to occur. But that doesn't happen unless the rain lets up, and at the moment it doesn't look like it at all.
Well, at least they've actually stopped the programming now, so we can actually see some live footage in case anything else does change. Like we mentioned, there is supposed to be a update from the FIA and race control about 1:45 in regards to the possibility of a weather update, as we see the lovely gleaming Sergio Perez car now in the garage after that fantastic job by the mechanics. But hopefully it's not to no avail, and they can actually get that car back out on the track now after saving it. But great job by them. But of course, you have to give huge applause to the people that have actually stayed with their brollies, absolutely soaking wet, had some beer, had some chips with mayonnaise, had some Macarena going on in the background. They've tried to keep them entertained, but yeah, it has been a very difficult afternoon and absolutely soaked some of them. So yeah, huge congratulations, and a huge will to continue staying just in case there's a slim chance of racing. But I think
I've just had a look on the YouTube as well. We've got 29 people watching along with us here, talking about rain and red flags and
yeah, the fact that you're still here.
dance moves. 30 people now. Oh my goodness, more people are coming in because they're interested in the dance move talk. Yeah, thank you everyone for being patient with us and keeping your fingers crossed for the racing and tuning into the watch along today. It's much appreciated. And hopefully you've enjoyed the chat between myself and Jack, even though we've not really had much race to talk about, but we've talked about plenty of some of the biggest news stories in the Formula One paddock over the past week and so, over the summer break as well, and the future to come, such as between Bottas and Russell at Mercedes. So
that rain doesn't look like it's letting up, does it?
No.
to be honest,
no.
Every picture I'm seeing now is not great.
Yeah, they're saying on the Sky Sports coverage now that Bert Linder, who's the safety car, one of the people in the safety car, saying that it's less about the traction on the track now, it's more about the visibility that can occur from the cars going at the quickest that they do, the mist that they bring up from the tyres, and of course the natural rain and low cloud coverage that's there at the track as well. I suppose the good news is that there's a lot of mechanics now working on cars in the pit lane itself. Just that the little hope that in the next 5 or so minutes that there's confirmation that we can go racing again. But, as we've mentioned already, it seems as though in order for racing to happen, we have to have some relief in the weather. We have to have some sort of stoppage into the rain. And at the moment, it's still very much falling down. The water is very much falling from the sky there in Belgium.
As you see the eagle eyes of the other teams looking at the cars when anyone's making any changes, because they're not in their own garage areas, and wherever they were coming into the pits is where they've positioned. That's why obviously we saw Mick Schumacher with the McLaren team, because that's where the Haas car was lining up in the pit lane. But the problem is obviously them cars are normally in the garage all nicely warmed up and ready to go out. They've been sitting out there for a long time now, so it might be that they get some little gremlings as they start the cars back up again, if they were to do so, because even though they've been wrapped up and obviously there's a tent over them, they're normally used to being in the warm undercover, and they're not very good really to start them up in the cold, to be honest. So that could play a factor if they do try and get the racing underway again, with hopefully the next 5 minutes or so us actually getting an update on that. But the standing water is still there, the rain is still falling, the medical car or the safety car hasn't gone back out in a while, at least 10 minutes or so. So yeah, I mean, from what we're seeing now, it's not looking the most promising. As I can see, a nice hamburger stand there from the.
I bet the money's been coming in for them today.
Oh, I was going to say, yeah, they've rolled in it. They'd be very much happy today. Obviously, people trying to keep people warm with the food that they're offering. I've said it's a very nice looking safety car that's been sitting there.
So with this. Hopefully we get a short race here of a couple of laps. Who do you think benefits the most from it being a shorter race when looking at the grid? Obviously, we were already talked about Fernando Alonso's performance in the sprint race earlier in the season. Who else on that grid do you think benefits from it being a shorter race, do you think?
I think George Russell, to be honest. I think there's less pressure to try and keep it up. Obviously, he said before the race today that obviously he will try and obviously fight Max and Lewis, but he wasn't being he wants to be realistic and make his own race. But if it's going to be very much a short race, there's an opportunity of, well, why not just go for it? If it's only going to be a few laps or like a time limit or so, there's more chance that you can maybe get a few points, get a podium possibly, depending on the track. So I think George Russell very much might have a different mindset going into it, and compared to a short race than the 44 that we were promised. And then you think anyone else that's in and around that midfield. Obviously, you've got Valtteri Bottas starting a bit further back. He can make his way back up maybe into the points as well. Lando Norris, as we're seeing the road sweeper trying to push some of the standing water, but it's not really doing much. Lando Norris is another one that was a bit further back. As I've got an ice cream van coming around my track now. Can you hear that?
Yeah, I can't hear that.
Absolutely brilliant. Anyone wants a Flake 99, let me know. A Calippo. We've had absolutely everything today.
Except for Formula 1 race. What was supposed to be.
That's the fastest car I've seen this afternoon.
Oh,
absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, I agree with you. You know, Bottas and Norris in those positions just outside of top 10, you know, with the cars that they've got potential to break in with the race resume. But then, you know, you got Latifi and Ocon that can just put in defensive performances in their cars to try and finish in the top 10 for these half points that are on offer potentially. And, you know, it just opens the field up for everyone almost to try and take advantage of the situation. Because let's not forget, it's going to be a wet race still in this short race situation too. So that's even another factor to consider here. You know, you could potentially see people misjudging corners and going off. So it could open up for almost anyone, really. But you know, we've already seen performances of Fernando Alonso in the sprint race earlier in the season doing well. So it's open to almost everyone. So fingers crossed we get some racing, but wait and see. They're throwing, I don't know what they're doing, but they're throwing things. They're having a throwing contest, I think, the marshals.
Oh, they're playing bulls. Yeah. I think they're playing bulls.
They're having a throwing contest with the gravel. Seeing who can throw the furthest. And Max and Max and the Red Bull team are watching very closely to see who gets on, who throws the furthest.
Normally there's a marker there, so the first marker's laid down, and then you've got to hit the whoever gets the closest. Helmut Marko does look like he's very much into the game. Oh God!
And now the sweeper is doing some manoeuvres on the track.
Why is this on the second fastest Mercedes we've seen out there almost today? Why has it come to this, that this is like... Just put some DRS on him, we'll just watch him go around.
Let it go into quali mode, come on.
Oh my God, there's another one. Oh my God.
2 minutes to go until that quarter two announcement. Mm-hmm. As we get a slow motion replay of the brushes on the sweeper removing the water from the track. Beautiful motion there by the brusher, just removing the water so cleanly, doing every single bit to help this race go ahead.
I mean, how has it come to this, that we're seeing a replay of basically a car wash machine?
Imagine if you were trying to do a sales pitch of someone to start watching Formula 1, and this is the race that you tried to show.
Yeah, this
today.
is the first day.
It wouldn't have gone very well.
It's fun, it's exciting, there's overtaking manoeuvres, there's chaos, and then this is it. My God. I think Carlos and Charles are looking at the TV, hoping that the Bulls game for the stewards is coming back on. We might hear the ice cream man going off again.
Sky's talking about potentially, because of these sweepers on the track, there'll be less sitting water on there, meaning intermediates is a potential possibility. But, you know, the rain's still coming down. How quickly is that water going to collect once more on the track for it to force wets to come out again? So it is now quarter two. So hopefully
we'll get something.
We get a bit of news.
Otherwise, I think.
Oh, well, Aston
Yeah.
Martin are getting the coffee and the biscuits out again, Connor, so, I mean, I'm not sure what that means.
Got an image of Giovinazzi in the Alfa Romeo garage, waiting to go. He had a decent qualifying yesterday, up into 14th, although
I think he's been very underrated this season. I think he's done a very stellar job. Whether that's because maybe Kimi Räikkönen's gone off the boil a little bit, so maybe they're not comparing him as much. But I think he's had a decent season so far, and I feel like he maybe should get that choice of renewing again as the ice cream man goes back around making some noise.
got a weather update here.
5 to 6.
5 to 6.
Wow, that's leaving it
local time,
really
that is.
late.
Yeah.
So is that like 6 o'clock is the deadline as to when you can think about starting the race or actually starting the race, because you're not going to be able to get the drivers all ready to go in that 5-minute gap, are you?
No. I mean, if they wanted to start the race at 6, dead on 6, the drivers would have to be going into their cars now and getting ready to go.
Yeah.
But I don't think a single driver has their crash helmet on, so...
Is that maybe why they stopped the countdown clock? Or...
Yeah.
Because obviously the countdown would be finishing pretty much with about 10 minutes to go.
I think they stopped the countdown clock because they'd gone past the point where a full race couldn't be completed. So they're just working on half race measures now, and they're set onto that. So that's why I think they stopped the race clock. So it gives them a bit more time, I think, to still take this race on. But obviously, not all the points will be on offer for all the teams. But yeah, the sweepers are still very much out on the track. As we see one going the wrong way away from Rouge, so it's definitely not on the racing line. Definitely not looking to put a fastest lap in to try and get that bonus point.
He's trying to get some. He's trying to get some aerodynamic flow going on.
Yeah, at the moment the bonus point's going to the safety car because I think that's had the quickest lap.
Well, actually, you say that. Actually, you say that the medical car racing driver Alan van der Meer has put a thing on Twitter going, "What was my lap time?" as he went round. So it might be that he gets the fastest lap point.
We're going to get a podium later on today, and it's going to be
the medical car
team at the top, followed by the medical car, and then the sweepers on third place. And they're going to like spray the champagne at each other, like, yeah.
Well, I mean, that would actually wouldn't be too bad. I mean, to be honest, if it came to that point when they actually were just racing the sweepers around one lap around around the Spa racetrack, I wouldn't mind that, to be honest. A bit of slipstreaming, upper Rouge, maybe a late manoeuvre down the inside.
I've never seen a Formula One race like this. I don't think anyone has, really, to be honest. Nope. Tents are still out in the pit lane.
Well, all the lights are coming around the track now.
Martin Brundle's talking about still being able to make the last Eurostar home back to London in time for this afternoon, potentially, if they leave now. So that's where his mind's at.
Well, it's like one of the worst circuits as well, because like there's not many hotels and that around, so like it is pretty rubbish considering like how to stay, because obviously they probably do all leave on a Sunday.
If you're a fan here now as well, you have to make a decision if you're going to leave now or go home. Because obviously here in the UK it's a bit different. We got a bank holiday here this weekend, so we're good. But in Europe, I don't think they've got a Labour Day or anything like that this weekend in Europe. So a lot of the fans there will have to make a decision as to whether or not they want to stay or go home to still potentially, have the time to unwind before the work week goes ahead next week. which is a bit, as we mentioned, a bit unfortunate for the paying fans, because they have paid a lot of money to go watch these races, and it's a bit unfortunate that they aren't getting any racing today. But hopefully they get reimbursed some way or another, whether it be a different race on a different time, or tickets for next year's edition of the Belgian Grand Prix. But yeah, overall, there's a bit disappointed, but hopefully some of them have still been able to enjoy the day, or if they've been to any of the sessions this weekend, they've been able to enjoy the qualifying, although that was red flagged in the end. So, hopefully they went to one of the practice sessions where it was dry and enjoyed some of the claps there. Yeah, hopefully they've been able to make the most of the weekend at the Grand Prix. And now we've got marshals out with sweepers, with the wipes. I don't know what they call them. They're not quite brushes, because they don't have the brushes on them, but they're not quite wipers. So I don't know what you would call it.
Oh,
a wiper with a handle on it.
It's like it's like a windscreen wiper.
Yeah. Yeah. Sainz and Leclerc chilling out in the Ferrari garage on their phones. The sweeper on the track. Which sweeper do you prefer, Jack? Do you prefer the green sweeper or the orange sweeper? That's the point that we've got to.
Well, to be honest, I think the orange sweeper looks faster. But I think for pure weight, if we're going for an overtake maneuver, I feel like I'd be able to nudge the orange one out of the way. So I'd probably go for the green one, slipstream the orange one down the main straight, and then go for a late dive going into turn 3. But I mean, maybe we should get some of the drivers to just go in these and race them round.
Everyone take a turn going on the fastest lap.
Yeah, Verstappen versus Hamilton in sweepers.
In the green sweeper, and whoever gets the fastest lap, gets 3 points or something like that.
Oh, that's a proper brush.
Yeah, there you go. There's the proper brush head there on that stick. But yeah, and then now we've cut to another package here from the Sky team. Esteban Ocon winning that race in Hungary a couple of weeks ago. His first race win ever in Formula One. And we already mentioned about his Formula One career, the ups and downs of it. The fact that he is, one of these drivers that has really earned his spot in Formula One, Jack, and a great win for him last time out in Hungary.
Yeah, I'm also just a little bit jealous because obviously that was a nice dry track as well. I mean, the best thing I can see is someone's commented on the chat saying, "Can you keep this live stream posted? I want to relive this someday." Of course, this will remain on here. If ever you want to come back and listen to us talk about sweepers and the medical car coming out twice, and then please feel free to click it again. I mean, when's the next? Oh, we got is the next update in the next minute or so? Hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully. And in all respect to Ocon and his win, I hope they cut away from it straight away to give us the news as soon as possible.
Yeah, see if I can get it on the F1 website. It's not mentioned anything yet. 1 minute until the next update. No, it's now. Come on, give it to me.
Yeah, 1 minute until the next update. Oh no. Next weather update will be provided at 6 o'clock. They really want this race to go ahead, and fair play to them. You know, they're doing everything they can. The marshals are all out there, the sweepers are all out there. I think it's about time that all the FIA people went out there with brooms and sweepers and tried to do their bit too. So get the drivers in there.
I was going to say, get Hamilton out there sweeping, you know. Oh, God.
Six o'clock, next update, everyone.
I was going to say, it's quite a short one between that.
Yeah. At least it's only 5 minutes instead of 10. And I suppose with it being a shorter period, see, I'm spinning this for the positives. At least with it being a shorter period, it's a bit more of a promising side that, you know, things are maybe improving. That they're waiting for it to giving it a bit of more extra time.
It's a very nice spin on that, Connor. It's a very nice spin on that. I mean, to be honest, I can't hear this Esteban Ocon interview. So, in brutal honest truth, I would rather see the road sweepers going around. Just because that's something that I can view. Oh, is that the medical car going around?
Yeah, medical car going around again. George Russell doing some hand-eye coordination drills in the garage. We all know what that means. Drivers are warming up, ready to go. Let's go.
It looked like then the medical car just went past the road sweeper, so I think the road sweeper got a blue flag.
Yeah. Oh, I think George has lost the ball. I think he needs the ball back. It's gone out into the pit lane. I think he's mad at the cameraman. The cameraman got in the way of him catching the ball. Oh. I think I'm pronouncing the name correctly. Arthur 054 asking in the chat, is Lando going to make it in time for the race? I just saw him sleeping inside the garage. I'm sure someone will give him a nudge if the race gets underway.
Lando was on the last Eurostar home.
It's like, the race is about to get underway. Shh.
He's sleeping. Zach Brown will just get in instead.
Zach Brown seizes the opportunity to race in Formula One. Takes Lando's spot.
That weather map doesn't look very good though.
No, a lot of green and yellow, which indicates heavy rain. I'm no meteorologist, but I'm pretty certain that means heavy rain.
Yeah, I'm not too sure where they're getting them. These facts on that there's a possible break. I can't really see that, to be brutally honest.
Yeah, you don't need to be a weather expert to see that. That doesn't look like it's going to be breaking in weather anytime soon.
Well, I think, like you said, fair dues for actually trying to make this effort in getting the race on for the people that are watching, obviously, like us at home, and the people that are watching at the circuit. But I think you're probably just annoying the people in the grandstands every time you go, oh, another update in the next 5 minutes. Oh, sorry, in the next 5 minutes after that. Oh, sorry, in the next 5 minutes after that. So...
Plenty of safety car action there for any safety car fans out there. Medical car as well. Plenty of medical car action for all you medical car fans out there. Which do you prefer, Jack? Do you prefer the Mercedes medical car or the Aston Martin one? Or sorry, the safety cars? Yeah.
Yeah, that's a very difficult actual question, really, because I'm a big fan of the Aston Martin in terms of brand, but I watching that safety car sitting at the front of that queue, I have to say that red Mercedes one does look very nice indeed. As we see them playing cards in Alpine, so they're obviously not raring to go like George Russell.
Although you could say that is quick reaction time for Ocon or whichever driver it was,
could be
to place the card down very quickly, so that they don't get caught out by any of the other players in that game.
Could be right.
I'm not even too sure what game they were playing, but I'm just trying to make the most of this. I'm trying to make the most of it.
as we still see the medical car going around. Any updates? It's now 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock Lights time. Are they giving us an update again, or?
I'm going to check the feed on the F1 website. Medical car back out, as we can see on the coverage. No updates on that. Ferrari posted images on Twitter of Charles Leclerc and Sainz bonding in the Ferrari garage. And yeah, we got another update, and you've guessed it, it's another update in 5 minutes time. Updates for updates, that's what we're getting today. What we've had now in the past hour, an update to let you know that there's going to be an update. So let's make a prediction, Jack. What do you think is going to happen in the next update?
I think it's going to be another update. To be honest.
Oh my God! Is Lando already awake? Arthur is asking again. I don't know. We don't know.
To be honest, I wouldn't wake. I wouldn't wake him up with just letting him know that there's going to be another update. Okay?
He's already had a difficult weekend. Let's just let him sleep. Let's just let him rest. Let's not disturb him.
There's no point waking him up just to tell him there's another update in 5 minutes. God. I mean, I'm not going to lie, I'm an F1 fan, but even I'm getting a bit depressed now in waiting. So
it's getting a bit tedious now that we're getting updates for updates. It's like, just give us a bit of news to hang on to rather than just saying updates for updates, saying, yeah. But obviously, the main point is safety first, and it's good that the FIA are using all their resources possible in order to try and make this safe, to make this race safe and to make sure it go ahead. We've seen the safety car go around multiple times, medical car go around multiple times. We've seen the sweepers in action. We've seen the marshals with brushes clearing the sitting water off the track. So, yeah, it's just a shame that we've not had any racing so far today.
Yeah.
But
I've just seen a thing on Aston Martin's Twitter feed of saying a big crash at Spa, and it's literally just a toy Aston Martin car crashing into a plant pot. That's about as exciting as we've got so far today.
Yeah, just a reminder as well, if they do get racing today, it'll only be an hour-long race. Due to the timing at the moment and everything else, daylight hours and things like that, it would only be an hour race. The competition rules being in the 3-hour window, and they suspended that at the moment for that final hour to allow it to still take place. But obviously, lighting conditions will come into play at some point or another in Belgium. And given the fact that it's a gloomy day from what we've seen so far, that will affect it too. So we are very much getting into the point of a decision being made, I suspect, in the next half hour or so if this race goes ahead. But then again, we said that about an hour ago. We can't rely on these updates, people. They're updates for updates. Help us.
No. I don't want to say we've completely wasted our afternoon, but I also think we've completely wasted our afternoon. So, yeah. I mean, like we said, it could be worse. You could be getting absolutely drenched at Spa. So, I mean, in that sense, that's fine. But yeah, I mean, this is.
I'm going to bring something up. We need to be careful here with the safety car. I'm pretty certain it's had the wipers on for the last 3 hours. We need to make sure that car's not going to run out of battery anytime soon.
Yeah.
Otherwise, that will be another issue. We don't want to have the safety car run out of a battery there.
Well, the safety car will have to be the road sweeper.
Yeah.
Have Max Verstappen just hanging behind the road sweeper.
plenty of fans have left that hillside spot now on the track. So
Vettel will be out there cleaning all that rubbish later.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. He is, with all the causes that he's fighting for, and he did a good job yesterday as well. With Lando, of course, he didn't have to stop to check on him, but he did. Just shows that he's a great, showing great compassion and very good empathy for Lando in that scenario there.
Absolutely.
So hats off to him, really, in that scenario there. Hats off to him.
Right, Connor, I don't want to say that this is now 5 minutes past the last update, and we haven't had another update yet. So.
Well, no, have they forgotten to give us an update?
Yeah.
About the update.
Yeah. They've now given up on updating the updates. Well, hang on. Oh my God.
Lando's putting his safety helmet on.
Big news.
Oh my goodness, that might be the most beautiful sight I've seen all day. That only means one thing: the safety car is getting ready to go out.
Oh my goodness me. Hold the front pages, people. We've got a headline right here.
Steady yourselves. Brace yourselves, people. Brace yourselves, because racing may be coming. So
hang on, and the 1805 update has yet to materialise. Great.
Racing will resume at 17 minutes past 6 local time.
God.
10 minutes time, racing will resume for an hour.
This is big
Brace
news,
yourselves, people. Brace yourselves. Brace yourselves. Here we go. We're about to go racing for essentially what will be a sprint race. Yes, Perez is back into the pit lane with an umbrella. Still got his hat on, but he's waving at the fans. So he's back in the pit lane, and I suspect other drivers will be getting ready to go as well. So, Jack, we're in a sprint race scenario. How do you think it's going to unfold then?
Connor, I have absolutely no idea right now.
No idea.
I'm just happy that something's happening. I couldn't tell you, to be brutally honest.
I'm just excited to get some racing. I'm just excited to get some racing.
Absolutely.
After all this. Yeah.
The only worry is I don't want it to get to 18:15 and then decide to change their mind. I'll tell you what though.
So yeah,
I might need a 5-minute break before the racing starts.
FIA is saying extreme tyres will need to be on the cars, so that means wet weather tyres will be required, so no slicks, unsurprisingly.
They're getting their overalls back on.
Overalls are being back on, helmets are being placed on the top of heads. Safety car is that the safety car or the medical car? Medical car is going around again. It looks, just from the back of that car, Jack, there's so much less spray than what we've seen earlier today.
Yeah, I think they're Mercedes road sweepers.
Yeah, people are running around in the pit lane. Daniel Ricciardo is running back to his car. But yeah, I want to say hats off to the marshal and to the stewards that done a great job of with the sweepers clearing off all the sitting water. Lance Stroll has got his crash helmets on. Jack, I think we can safely say that we are about to go racing. Cars are being fitted with tyres. Tyres are being pushed down the pit lane to their respective cars. Hopefully for the final time, Jack, we go through the starting grid for what could be an hour race.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I was going to say, Connor, do you have the grid just so I can go to the loop before the racing starts? I would go, but if you don't want to, like, I want to make sure I don't have to miss this 10 laps that we're going to get.
Absolutely, Jack. You run very quickly.
I'm going to do a Daniel Ricciardo.
All right, so let's go through the starting grid then for what could be a very interesting wet sprint race, we're calling it. And it starts with Max Verstappen in pole position, followed by George Russell after a very promising performance in quali. Could he follow up with some more points for the Williams team today? He starts in second place, followed by Lewis Hamilton in third, Daniel Ricciardo in fourth, Sebastian Vettel in fifth, Pierre Gasly in sixth. Sergio Perez will not be starting in seventh. He will be starting from the pit lane after crashing on his way to the grid and requiring a front wing change. So he'll be starting from the pit lane. Esteban Ocon is in eighth, Charles Leclerc in ninth, Nicholas Latifi in 10th, Carlos Sainz in 11th, Fernando Alonso in 12th, Valtteri Bottas in 13th due to the grid penalty that he received from the crash in Hungary. Antonio Giovinazzi in 14th, Lando Norris in 15th due to the components change that he required following his Q3 crash yesterday. He received a 5-grid penalty for that. So he was in 10th, but he's moved down to 15th due to that. Tsunoda is in 16th, Mick Schumacher in 17th, Mazepin in 18th, Lance Stroll in 19th, and Kimi Raikkonen starts from the pit lane as well due to requiring a rear wing change for him. So that is the starting grid. Max Verstappen is making his way back to the front of the grid in the pit lane towards his car. So essentially, you got your last opportunities in order to put your votes in for who's going to potentially win this race. We've got 246 votes for everyone. Thank you for voting. 52% so far for Max Verstappen. Lewis is on 23%, 26% for other. If you have voted for other, let us know in the comment section who your other vote is for. Is it for someone like Norris or Bottas that could climb the field? Is it potentially for a first-time winner like George Russell, or a return to the top podium step for the likes of Daniel Ricciardo or Sebastian Vettel, because they're in very promising positions as well? Let us know in the comment section who you voted for in the other section of our poll. We'll get that poll closed after 4 hours. We'll get it closed as soon as the lights go out on this race, because I don't want anyone getting an advantage whatsoever. We'll look in the comment section very quickly. Arthur saying, let Lando miss the race. No, I want Lando in this race after what happened to him yesterday. As you can see, I'm a parent fan. I want Lando racing in this race. I'm pretty certain someone has prodded and woken him up from the nap. Hey, it's time to race, Lando. It's time to put in a performance of your life from 15th position. And let's see where he can go from there. And yeah, I know it's just joke and banter there, Arthur. No worries there on that front there. Other sections is there saying, someone saying there's a meme of someone sweeping water in the ocean and saying it's live scenes from Spa. Yeah, it was pretty much that, with all the same water that they've had around the track so far today. Twitchy asking, has the race begun yet? No, it's not yet, but it's expected to begin in 5 minutes' time. So we're getting you hyped up for it as much as possible. As much as we've been here for the past 4 hours. We may be going mental. We may be going hype. At the moment, we're trying to get you all excited for this race and getting ready to go. Antonio Giovinazzi is getting his race wheel on. He's got the fan going there. He's sitting in his car. He's getting ready to go. Everyone's in their cars and getting themselves hyped up and ready to go. Charles Leclerc is getting ready to go. He's in his car as well. He's raring to go from his grid position of 9th on the grid today. He's smiling. You can tell he's smiling underneath that helmet there. Look at those eyes. He's definitely smiling with those eyes. He's looking very happy to be back in the car. Daniel Ricciardo doing his usual serious face in the car. Helmet, visor down. Visors are down, Jack. Oh my goodness, visors are down. We're getting ready to go here now. This is it. 3 minutes until the start time. I wonder if we're actually going to get a rolling start from the formation laps, or if it's going to be a standing start from the grid. Potentially, I think it may be, because they've removed some of the standing water from the grid, Jack. Maybe they are going to have a standing start from the grid, but we wait and see. Of course, the likes of Raikkonen and Perez will all be starting from the pit lane due to the changes from the park firmware conditions from them on their cars, with Perez getting the front wing changed and Raikkonen getting the rear wing changed. But we shall wait and see if the rest of the cars start from a rolling position or if they are on the grid as usual. Due to the wet conditions as well, still expecting it to be 2 laps of formation just to get the tyres warmed up and ready to go, no matter what the situation is. But we'll be eagerly waiting to see what happens as the cars approach the grid, and if they are a rolling start or if it is going to be a standing start. But the time is almost upon us for this race to begin. We're 2 minutes away. Jack is warming up his hands, ready to go.
Come on.
I went into full commentary mode there for the past 5 minutes whilst Jack was away, getting everyone hyped up.
I wasn't interrupted. That was
ready to go.
You're in the zone. I was
in the zone and ready to go. As is the likes of Lewis Hamilton starting from third today, and Max Verstappen in that essential pole position. But what kind of pole position it will be, we don't know. Lando Norris with a hill to climb from 15th after that crash from Rouge yesterday, and it's in my opinion, it's an absolute miracle that he's able to go on and to race today. And it just goes to show just how well built these Formula One cars are, that he's able to race on after that nasty collision that he had in Q3 yesterday. Yuki Tsunoda, who's in 16th position on the grid. He will be looking to try and potentially nick some points in this sprint race, as is George Russell in second position. Probably the biggest race of his life so far. You could argue that maybe in that Mercedes car in Bahrain last season, it was the biggest race of his life. But in this Williams car, potential upset on the cars here to get Williams on the podium for the first time in quite some time. George Russell, all eyes will be on him to see what he can do. They are starting to bring off the blankets on the tyres, Jack. We're in serious zone now.
God.
We're getting ready to go. The blankets are off on the tyres. The tents are away from the cars. All that's left to do is put the umbrellas down and all the pit crew to move away from the cars.
And now the safety car can't start because of its low battery.
Sort of, why did they leave the wipers on? Oh, why did they leave the wipers on?
No, I mean, look, I honestly, Connor, to be honest, about an hour earlier, I didn't think we'd actually see anything. So the fact that we're getting some sort of racing, it might not be the most entertaining race.
The blankets are off. The blankets are off the cars.
Yeah.
The pit crew are away from the cars. We're waiting now for the safety car to start moving, and that will be the most beautiful sight that I've seen all afternoon. And it'll hopefully be followed by another beautiful sight of this race getting underway, as we wait to see if the cars move from the pit lane. Green light at the pit lane. We're moving, Jack. We're moving.
Oh, my
Getting excited. Here we go. We are moving. After almost 4 hours, we are finally moving and potentially starting this race, Jack.
I mean, yeah.
Wow.
I didn't think we'd get to this point. So, yeah, fair dues to everybody and obviously all the crowd that haven't gone home and decided to stick with it until the very end. The fact that we're actually getting Formula One cars out on the circuit now. They might do a couple of laps, possibly, maybe just to see if the F1 cars themselves can help get rid of any other standing water that's down. We can see it's a time limit as well, so it won't be lap count. So the lap count that I've got is absolutely redundant, which is great. But it is.
And the timer has actually started now as well.
Yeah.
The timer has actually started now. Worth noting that these formation laps will count towards the time limit. So it's potentially that means there's not going to be a rolling start, because it would mean Max Verstappen would dictate when this race starts, and obviously you would have to keep under a delta. But the likes of Kimi Räikkönen and Perez are moving towards the end of the pit lane now as well. So that, to me, in my opinion, that means it's going to be a standing start maybe, but we'll wait and see for confirmation. But hopefully the guys in the cars are able to put on an absolute great show for us in this hour remaining. Don't forget as well, half points on offer, since more than 2 laps were completed in this race, but less than 75% of the original race distance can't be completed. So only half points on offer. We're not too sure what that means for the bonus points for the fastest lap. But at the moment, only half points are on offer for a race win, which means 12.5 points, hopefully. But we'll wait and see. I'm going to say, Jack, I think we're at a point here where we can start thinking about finally closing this poll that we've got going on.
I was just thinking that, Connor. It might come to a point now where we can actually end this poll that we've got going. Finally, after 5 hours, we can end this poll.
253 votes. Thank you, everyone, for voting on the poll. And Max Verstappen is the man that everyone thinks is going to win this impromptu sprint race in the wet. So let's see what happens.
Yeah.
And hopefully this isn't anticlimactic. That's all I'm going to say.
Joe says he's been here since the start of the stream. And thank you very much, Joe, if you have stuck with us for this point. I mean, goodness me.
Thank you very much for your views this afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world.
So interestingly, Connor,
approach...
I was going to say 25% have clicked other more than Lewis Hamilton, like you stated earlier, that it could be literally anybody that wins this now.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it out there right now as to do the final formation lap. George Russell's going to win this race. I think he's going to push it. He's going to win it. He's going to win it. He's going to go out for it. He's going to win it.
Right.
I think.
I've got Daniel Ricciardo on the cards. I think a possible, Daniel Ricciardo, Sebastian Vettel's
There are no right
hiding
or
around
wrong
there.
answers. There are no right and wrong answers in this situation. I think anyone from the top 10's really got a good chance of eventually winning it. And even as far as like Lando, that McLaren's done wonders this season. He could potentially push up towards the upper points mark and trying to get something from it. And that's something significant as well. Joe mentioning that if Max wins now, he won't get as many points as he would have done from winning the actual race if it was full race distance.
Yeah.
Which means in the Drivers' Championship, at the moment, Lewis is ahead on 195 points. Max only has 187 points. So he will overtake him, but it depends on where Lewis finishes if Max was to win. So we're looking at 7.5 points for 8 points for second. So yeah, it might be close, depending on how things unfold, and I suppose that's part of the excitement in this. So
whoever finishes 10th gets half a point.
Yeah. how optimistic, but it could be the difference at the end of the season between
that half
finishing
a point.
third or fourth or whatnot. Yeah. Oh no.
What? Oh no. You don't have time for an oh no.
Martin Brundle's given me bad vibes here. He's saying that he doesn't think the race is going to go ahead, which is terrible because I've hyped everyone up.
You did that 7-minute monologue of hyping everybody up.
Please, come on. Can't be this anticlimactic. All the cars going round again for another 2 formation laps just to go in again and to finish it off there.
Max Verstappen's keeping very close to the safety car, whereas George Russell's sitting back a little bit more to hold the rest of the group up a bit. I haven't really, you haven't got much team radio yet in regards to what the drivers think, though, out on the track. Oh, Perez. Not sure what he's saying in terms of team radio, but. Yeah, Vlad.
Safety cars going around again. So this looks like they're going through the bus stop section, and it's going to be a third lap of the safety car. Max Verstappen officially has put in the fastest lap according to the timesheets. So half points for him as things go.
Yeah, Vlad's put a comment on which championship was won by half a point in the past. I think it was, you've mentioned Niki Lauda, I think was it James Hunt that won by a slim margin when he was racing against Niki Lauda? I think that was a very short points gap between the two of them. So it might have been Nicky Lauda might be a good shout. I don't know if it was James Hunt in that year in terms of the rivalry. But yeah, it's a good shout. If it came to it, say last race of the season, and it was done by half a point or a point, then this race is vital that if it does get underway. We've got like 52 minutes. Nikita Mazepin's got a point, got the fastest lap right now.
Well, he's outside the top 10, so he won't get that point.
He is. He won't even get half a point.
I mean, does the fastest lap mean that only person in the top 5 can get the half point because it's a half race? Do you have to half everything now?
I literally just feel like they're going to make the rule book up as they go in this 52 minutes. To be brutally honest, I feel like they've got no idea what's happening right now. I think Michael Massey had already booked a late train home, so he was like, "Oh, we might as well just all stay around. We might get a race on. Let's just drag it out a little bit more. I've got the 10 o'clock train home. I'm not that fussed. Let's just see how it happens."
Yeah. Red flag.
What?
Red flag.
Why? I can't. Just end it. Why are they all cheering? What are they cheering for? Because they can finally
I was
go
back
home.
in the pit lane.
Oh God! Just cancel it now. Just cancel it now, please. Just cancel.
I hope everyone enjoyed that blissful 7 minutes of me hyping everyone up for this race.
Hang on, the 7 minutes that you took to do the monologue is almost the same time as they were out on track. So, I mean,
yeah, Sky is saying a lot of the drivers were complaining that the conditions were worse, and of course you have to put safety first in these conditions. So, we've seen the onboard camera of George Russell's car, and it's just mist and rain and water everywhere.
I mean, to be honest,
as the car's coming back into the pits,
it's not going to get any better in 50 minutes. So, I think we've tried, we've waited, but it's not going to work. So, there's no point waiting another 50 minutes, to be honest. They've tried to clear the standing water that's out on the track. It's still raining, so by the time they all get back in the pits, the water that they've got rid of on the track is going to be there in 5 minutes. So I just feel like if they're not going to continue, then they might as well just finish it, to be honest. But don't want to sound like a negative person when Connor's just hyped everybody up, but I just feel like Captain Obvious that I just don't see the I don't see the point. But.
So the important information to take from this is now we're under a red flag, but the timer is still going. So we're under race conditions now. So they have until the end of that timer to get this race underway. So.
And Joe's also commented that Nikita Mazepin can at least say he set the fastest lap in Spa. I mean, that if you're taking anything out of it, at least Mazepin can say, "Well, I was the fastest." Although I'm pretty sure the dumper truck was probably pretty close behind. Let's be honest, the sweeper was pretty close to that time. So, yeah, as you say, 48 minutes, counting down. Still under red flag conditions, but I just feel like is 40 minutes going to make that much of a difference? We've waited for a cloud. Yeah. We've waited for a cloud opening, like an opportunity. That probably was the opportunity. The drivers obviously aren't happy in terms of conditions, and if they're not happy, obviously we don't want them to be racing out there in terms of like safety reasons. But that's taken 2 hours to go around for maybe 3 or 4 laps, and they're all getting out again, taking off their safety precautions, all their crash helmets and everything. So yeah, I don't know.
Well, Crofty's saying on the Sky coverage that they've now completed enough laps for a classification. So, if that is correct, then George Russell has picked up his first podium in Formula One by following a safety car.
Oh God!
He will get half points for it, as they mentioned, because it's not 75% race completed, but enough for a classification apparently.
Would you even go out? Like, are they even going to do the podium? Can you imagine like spraying the champagne?
I don't think anyone will want to go on that podium and win. And I don't think even Max would want to go on that podium and win a race like that. I don't think
hold the
the
trophy
that
up,
he
like,
is. He won't want to win a race like that. No, he wants to win it out on circuit, not by following a safety car. So, but
yeah, Rain Khan can't go 3 hours of my life for 2 laps. I know how you feel. I know how you feel.
Yeah. Well, technically, it's about 4 laps they're mentioning on the coverage. 2 under the formation lap. And another 2 just then. So
it says here, the conditions haven't improved. The drivers weren't able to see through the spray. They also couldn't keep enough warmth in their tyre and brakes to be able to corner safely. And it says so.
That makes sense.
Enough laps have been completed toward half points, have you said, which obviously favours Verstappen, as he would receive 12.5 points to Hamilton's 7.5, without having to take the risk of racing and holding position. So
that would be a case in point an argument for Mercedes. They wouldn't be too happy about that because Max Verstappen's managed to close the gap to Lewis. Without really being under the pressure of what comes with a Formula One race, because he's simply just following the safety car. So I'm not too sure Mercedes would be too happy about these points being awarded because of the fact that, you know, the minimum conditions of the race have been met. I'm not too sure they would be too happy with that in mind.
But here we are again.
Here we are again with another red flag. Welcome to the Red Flag Show. But you know, that means points for George, potentially points for Ricciardo, Vettel, double points. Sorry, should we mention actually for Williams? Back-to-back races. I don't think you would say that at the start of the season.
Nope.
At the start of the season, that Williams would get points by both drivers in back-to-back races. But then again, you could say, well, you know, these drivers do deserve points after the strong performances in qualifying yesterday from some of them.
You've just seen Hamilton talking to Pete Bonington, his race engineer, about the few laps that they've just taken part in. But 44 minutes on the clock, as we say, that it's still counting down, even though it's a red flag. Obviously, it's not stopped in terms of the timer going down, because obviously, you know, they were given an hour of opportunity. The drivers don't feel comfortable, but you know, also you've got to look at the visibility in terms of the light now that's coming onto the circuit. You know, it is 6:30 local time, so it's close enough to 7 o'clock now. It's going to get to that point. The cloud's still there, the mist and the fog still around the circuit, so you know it's going to come to the point. It looks like George Russell's on the phone. It might be Toto calling. Just to
I just finished with both your drivers, by the way.
Yeah.
You know, in this race.
Where's my contract now?
Yeah. The price has just gone up. Finished on the podium in the Williams.
My bonus has gone up.
I mean, this is going to be a great trivia question in years to come. You know, if you're a fan of Formula One trivia, you know, how did George Russell achieve his first ever podium in Formula One?
By driving around 5 laps under the safety car.
Yeah, under wet conditions in Spa. So.
I mean, I don't even know if there's anything to talk about now, just simply because, like, at least when we had updates of updates earlier, you know, like we had something to look forward to. I literally don't know what to look forward to now. Like, there's a poor lad there under his umbrella. He looks as sad as I do, because I just don't see what there is now. Like, we're just going to run 42 minutes down, and they're going to be like, oh well, we're not going back out again. I don't know, because the time that they're now gone back into the pits, the water that the sweepers had gone out, the marshals had gone out, and the F1 cars had gone out. It's all back there now. So yeah, I don't know. For me, I just don't feel like there's any reason now. The water's all back. It's still raining. It's going to be worse now. So yeah, I
think a lot of the teams as well that took the grid penalties today, you know, to replace. Well, I suppose no. Actually, I don't know why I'm going on that tangent, because Lando was forced upon him because of the crash. I don't know, for some reason I thought in my mind that not one of the Red Bulls had taken the grid penalty, but that was because Perez crashed. Never mind, ignore me. But I suppose that's the benefit for the likes of Red Bull and Max Verstappen today, that they haven't taken the grid penalty, because we do know at some point they will have to take that penalty, because that engine won't be able to last throughout the rest of the season. They will have to take that penalty to replace that engine, and Red Bull will be glad that they haven't taken it today, because they have managed to close the gap to Lewis if these points are awarded, with Verstappen getting this win thanks to his pole position.
I was going to say, if he manages to
performance in qualification yesterday.
Yeah, if he manages to get the points from this, and like you say, it's a good decision not to take any penalties going into after qualifying into the race, because obviously you're going to get, even if it's half points, you're still going to get, like you said, 12.5 points. Hamilton's only going to get 7.5. Could be vital in the end, even though it's only half points and not the actual full points for the race. But Red Bull are still going to take that, and obviously Sebastian Vettel's going to be happy in 5th place. Getting a few points now for Aston Martin. Same thing, Daniel Ricciardo as well. Probably his best finish in 4th for McLaren so far, even though he hasn't had to do much today. Good finish for Gasly. If he obviously in 6th place, 7th for Ocon, 8th for Leclerc. Latifi, like you mentioned, 2 point scoring for Williams, and Carlos Sainz having half a point as well. So I mean, it's not too bad. Obviously the fastest lap's redundant. Were they bringing in a overtake award as well, or is that not coming into play yet? They were talking that was on next season.
I think that'll likely be next season,
because there was talk of bringing like an overtake award, like the best overtake of the day, or that best overtakes as a whole gets an extra point a race or something. But
I wonder if they still do the driver of the day radio call and try and find a driver of the day to award to, but they'll just get no answer because no one's wearing their crash helmets unless they award it to Vettel, who's still sitting in his car with his crash helmet on. So
yeah, Vettel's still in there. The rest are just out.
Maybe he'll get it because he's simply still in his car. It was like, we couldn't get a hold of anyone else, so we're going to give it to you. And fair play to him. He should get it, actually, because of the fact that he was, as I mentioned earlier, he showed very good compassion yesterday, pulling up to Lando's car to make sure he's okay. But yeah, I will give him the Driver of the Weekend award. There you go. Just made up an award.
Driver of the Weekend. There you go.
Sebastian Vettel for showing great compassion yesterday, for checking up on Lando as following his crash. So yeah, there we go. And funny enough, you are talking about overtakes. It's just showing a graphic. Sebastian Vettel's had the most overtakes this season with 77, followed by Fernando Alonso with 72. And Carlos Sainz with 71. I imagine Alonso got a lot of those overtakes in the sprint race earlier in the season.
Arthur's put, Lando's going to go back to bed again now. Yeah, I don't disagree. I feel like this is the best time now. I don't think anything else is going to happen. Vettel's just sitting in there because he can't be bothered getting out, because he's had enough, so he's sitting in there. Probably got some nice music on in the team radio. Carlos also looks like he's playing some tunes, or he's ranting at someone. George Russell, Corey Burns, but Russell will get 9 points. Like I say, it's a good performance. If this is it now, which I feel like it is, with 37 minutes to go, George Russell with 9 points. Jos Capito said yesterday, obviously, the points we've had is great, but we need to, extend them points that we get and make sure that we do, claw some more before the end of the season. So, yeah, if he does get that 9 points is so huge for Williams, because with the points they've already got, plus that extra 9 and maybe the points that Latifi might pick up now as well, I don't think anyone like Alfa Romeo and Haas are going to catch that up. So, they should probably be net now 8th position, I feel.
Yeah, this is a huge weekend for Williams in the constructors as well, and especially going into a new regulation season. They're going to get this extra prize money at a really crucial time for in the development of Formula One. This could be huge for them moving forward if they are they're able to get these points and to carry that forward to a potential 8th place finish ahead of the likes of Alfa Romeo and Haas in the constructors championship. So yeah, and it's not by. Arguably, it's not by fluke either. You might say maybe the Hungary Grand Prix was because of the crashes, but the performances of George Russell and Latifi yesterday in qualifying were well deserved to the positions that they are right now on the grid. Especially George with that 2nd place position. It's arguably been one of the best seasons for Williams in years. After what they've done over the past couple of weeks, so hats off to them and the work that they've accomplished really over the past year.
I can't believe the highlights program for Channel 4 is currently scheduled for 8 p.m. There isn't anything to highlight. A couple of updates for updates.
I might watch that just to see how they cover it. Yeah. Yeah, Martin Brundle saying if it's still raining like this in 10 minutes' time, they may as well just admit defeat and move on to the next one.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, anyone that says qualifying doesn't count, you can't say that after this weekend. With George Russell finishing 2nd after that quality performance. Qualification only counts in Monaco because of the fact that you got no overtaking. Well, not when the rain falls from the sky. That's for certain. The rain falls from the sky. Qualification is the utmost of importance, and George Russell is the biggest benefactor, in my opinion, from that.
Yeah.
From a great 2nd spot.
Someone's just put, I'm not watching the Drive to Survive episode.
Sebastian is Vettel. Sorry, say that again? Oh, the Drive to Survive episode, you say, sorry.
Yeah, for this one. This one's going to be really interesting, isn't it?
Yeah. That's going to be something else.
Oh,
really.
yeah, I can see. Vettel's given up now. You're right.
I think they'll just have a whole episode about wet races and they'll just talk about that.
I spy with my little eye.
Yeah, they're saying that this could be one of the most craziest races since, of course, that famous one in Indianapolis where only a couple of them started due to the tyre. It could go down as one of those kind of races, and I think it will, really, given how it's unfolded. The fact that we've not really had a start to the race, not a competitive start to the race, it's been all under the safety car.
Look at them. Fair dues if he's still out there. I expect most of them are a little bit tipsy right now with all the beer that they've had to keep them going. But fair dues for anyone that's still clinging on to the possibility of something happening with 33 minutes to go. I don't feel like it's likely, but yeah, for them to stick with it. I feel like some of them have gone home, but.
And there we go, official confirmation, Jack. The race will not resume.
Well, there you go.
So your finishing order is your grid order.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah.
As you can see it on your screen now.
Look at all the Red Bulls celebrating. Like, yes, boys.
It's like I'm actually intrigued now to watch even further to see if they actually do like a whole podium and interviews and champagne. Like how does each driver react? What happens?
What?
I want to see the Williams garage. Please show me the Williams garage. I want to see them going absolutely crazy. Oh, George looks elated. He looks brilliant. Yeah, there we go. Official confirmation. First podium in Formula One for George Russell. Second place for the Williams. Wow. Incredible. Wow.
I think they should do a podium just so George Russell can go up there, because otherwise it's a bit harsh that he doesn't get his first podium. It's just a bit awkward, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, Williams has every single right to be elated because they're on the podium for the first time in years. But, the likes of Mercedes and Red Bull, I wouldn't expect too much celebration from them, because it's like the usual. Mercedes is going to be absolutely gutted because they haven't had an opportunity to tackle Red Bull today, and Red Bull have been awarded with
more points,
closing their gap in the drivers and the constructors championships. So they'll be disappointed there. I think Ferrari will be disappointed as well because McLaren have managed to open up the gap a little bit in their own little battle.
Yeah.
And I think Alpine might be a bit disappointed as well because Aston Martin and AlphaTauri have closed up the gap despite the fact that Ocon got that win last time out. So I don't know if the standings have updated yet, if they've taken them into account. Not yet. No.
that little winner graphic, Max Verstappen, is making me laugh a little bit though. I mean, Perez, if you kept it out of the wall, if Perez hadn't kept it out of the wall, he might have got some points.
Yeah. I'll just add on to what they said on that team radio there. They were asking about the podium event, and I'm not sure if it's going to take place. I think they said it is, but I'm not too sure. But to add on to it, hats off to the FIA and to the marshals out there at Spa today, and to the sweepers for doing their utmost best to try and get a race to happen today in the conditions that they were battling against, with all the rain and the sitting water. Hats off to them, but unfortunately, the race hasn't been able to take place today, and safety has come first today, and rightfully so. And George Russell is on his way to the podium with his helmet, which is crazy. Absolutely crazy. Well,
yes, indeed. I mean, we could wait for the podium celebrations, but I don't really feel like there's going to be much podium celebrations.
No.
So, I mean, I feel like after the ordeal that we've had, it might be the best to end it here, to be brutally honest. I mean, I don't even know how we can describe this, Connor. How are we going to describe this? Normally we do and it's been a such and such race and this has happened, but I mean, look.
I think the best way to describe it would be to say it's been a damp race in all aspects.
Yeah.
Damp in atmosphere not damp in atmosphere because the fans will look great today, but damp in actual race concept because there was no racing, damp in the track, and just a bit of a damper on the drivers and constructors championships, really, because some people have managed to gain an advantage without really
putting themselves to the full test on the track on the race day.
Yeah.
So damp, I would say.
Yeah, no, I agree, and obviously great result for Max Verstappen, who, without, like you said, having to do much, has clawed the gap back to Lewis Hamilton, where half points will now come into effect as well, and George Russell claiming 9 points as well. So huge congratulations to him on his first podium, and of course Williams is first in a while as well. So but obviously everybody else will be a little bit disappointed with that, and of course we'll probably see that rumble on into the next race weekend in Netherlands. So yeah, thank you very much to anybody who's watched this whole stream with us. Hats off to you for that, and obviously joining us throughout this point, and obviously sad that we didn't really get much racing at all. We've obviously had the sweeper trucks, we've had the medical car, we've had the ice cream van going around my block as well, and so we've had a lot of things happening but not much actual F1 action. So hopefully it's a little bit different next weekend. I'm not sure what the weather forecast is, but hopefully it's a lot better than what it has been at Spa. But yeah, Connor, thank you so much for being on this, considering absolutely nothing has happened at all. But
I hope everyone's had a bit of fun, at least listeners to us chat about the latest news in Formula One and trying to make the most of this wet race by describing some beautiful action of the safety car and the sweepers going around on the track. So hopefully everyone is encouraged to go whack and watch this again and again.
Yeah.
And if you don't want to, that is absolutely fine. So
yeah, if you've enjoyed us talking absolute nonsense, then obviously please like the video and subscribe to the Let's Talk Sport YouTube channel, where we will be doing hopefully more actual F1 race watch-alongs and not what this race has been. But yeah, thank you very much, Connor, for being on the show, and everybody for watching throughout the live stream. And of course, we will see you all in the next one. So thank you very much for watching. And